elbow and a few other things going on. Yeah, I've been kind of slacking.
Yeah, how's your mom doing?
Oh, mom's mom. Yeah. Oh, and plus I get my new generator delivered on Saturday, and they called me like 3 times a day saying, oh, we missed your delivery. I'm like, bullshit, you didn't say it was going to be here till the 19th. And they called me like 3 times saying yeah, we're delivering on Saturday. I'm like, duh. I've already talked, and it's all these freaking goddamn people.
I just want to know.
Wave in the hand of that sandbagging gonzo.
I'm sure I got stepped on my back quite.
Oh, you didn't get stepped on? I haven't heard Gonzo out there though, Dave. I heard him earlier this afternoon.
Okay, well, I was just waving at him.
Shit, time is it? 7:45? Yeah, I don't know. It's pushing his bedtime, I reckon. He's getting pretty old, you know.
Yeah, it's beer 30. It's way past his bedtime.
Waving around the band.
Good evening time, Al.
Yeah, good evening.
Play with that big Al.
I'm surprised I'm getting out at all. I got some antenna issues. I'm using my antenna tuner to fix that problem right now. I am hopefully either tomorrow or maybe this weekend I'll pull my antenna down and tighten it. I'm pretty sure one of the sections loosened up on it, considering what it's doing.
Solid 8 over here.
The flickering match.
Yeah, it's kind of a flickering match, and it seems to happen whenever the breeze comes back and the antenna moves a little bit. And then if I go out there and wiggle it a little bit, it comes back down to flat. But I just put my auto tuner back in line, and yeah, I'll hear it. Now I can still tell it's doing it, because every once in a while the antenna tuner will start clicking and moving and doing its thing to retune the antenna.
Do you have an OE on your radio?
Do I have a what?
Static warning indicator?
No, I don't need none of those. I got SWR meter, station monitor, antenna tuner that tells me all of that. I got everything I need over here to find a problem. That's how I found it, is like the antenna tuner kept retuning, so I turned it off and I just noticed the match was like 3 to 1.
Yeah, I got one of those antenna tuners over here. I bought brand new, had it for a little bit, and something in it popped. I don't know what happened, but you want it, you can have it if you can figure out how to fix it.
Well, my antenna tuner works just fine. I have a $800 Palstar 2 kilowatt antenna tuner over here.
Oh, Roger, yeah. I don't know. It's just the MFJ 949E. I don't know. I can't remember what it cost me, but I don't need it anymore.
They're not a terrible one. Mine's automatic. I just key up and it finds a flat match. But what it's telling me right now is it's trying to tune it out from a much lower frequency than I'm on.
Yeah, I didn't notice any difference over here. Got a good, strong signal.
And really, I mean, I will say it's not actually tuning my antenna. It's just, I mean, antenna tuners technically, they fix the impedance and capacitance and inductance mismatch between the antenna and the radio. So they end up just absorbing a little bit of power while they do that.
Burning up your final.
Well, that's what the antenna tuner's for. It'll absorb all that reflect so that I don't burn up my finals.
Well, my radio's telling me I'm running at about a 2, but I go on my MFJ, more fucking junk. I'm rolling flat.
I have one and part of another.
I did take the gate down for a little bit though, because I was talking to a friend of mine a little bit about it, and so many different coax and antenna myths are still floating around out there on the internet. He was trying to show me something about that's been disproven since like 1994.
But now it's bouncing around and something's changed, and I've never done anything different. So when I go to my more fucking job,
If it's been proven since then, where is it in the market?
the meter.
Well, you need to get this other antenna put up there, and you'll be fly across the board.
True that.
Well, he was talking about coax lengths and stuff like that, and so I decided I should make a video for my YouTube channel. I'm going to put it up there with some links in the description to some of the materials I use to outline some of the facts of coax length. I hear a lot of stuff coming from a lot of people. Some people, very smart people that have been doing it a long time and should know what they're talking about. But I'm not entirely sure they completely understand why they get the readings they get when they change their coax length.
Are you going to start giving weather reports like Cutter?
I run Bluetooth. No wonder my match probably changed.
No, I was just going to explain. I had made a little video explaining coax loss, coax length, and velocity factor and how all of that affects your match.
Like the wireless coax, it always gives you a good match.
Well, you gotta run coax through your antenna? I've been doing Bluetooth all the time.
Coax?
Geez, wireless coax, that stuff's great.
Well, I'm not going to explain all of it to you over the radio. That's why I made a video, so I don't have to do that.
I just got a 3-foot fire stick plugged into the back of this $29.95. I put a pair of hose cleaner and a pair of vice grips on it and bent that antenna to point up to the sky.
See this? Smoking.
4-watt radio. Alright, I gotta get out of here. You guys, Al, Jake, Lacey, Dave, you gentlemen have a good evening. I gotta go see what the girls are up to.
I'm gonna take one more bong hit and get out of here before I turn into Frosty the Snowman.
Check you later, there. Papa Smoke. Say hello to the little Smurf. Yeah, Ken? We're going to go in the other room and watch the Eagles lose their first game of the season.
That's why I wasn't watching that game. I figure if I don't watch my Eagles lose this time, they didn't lose, right? They're still undefeated. I didn't see it happen.
It happened, you just didn't feel the pain.
I can have my delusions.
I do too, it's generally after smoking about 8 or 10 grams.
I'll be right back. I gotta go grab something out of my car. as soon as that video uploads to my YouTube page and goes through their little publishing censor, I can't wait to hear all the comments I'm gonna get from fucking know-it-alls that think that what I'm saying is bullshit. Probably put it right in front of their fucking face and they'd still say the same thing.
That's fucking garbage.
You're garbage. Good evening, Beavis. You know what's really garbage, Beavis, is there was an article in the ARRL manual from 1994 explaining coax length and velocity factor and all that stuff, impedance, capacitance of coax, and coax length, and all the formulas, but I think people missed it. And for the last 30 years, I've been hearing the same myths about it ever since.
The chair is quiet. Is it quiet time? Good evening, Beavis.
Yeah, why'd you chase everybody off, Beavis?
You double with Al there. Good evening, Al.
Good evening.
You tell me I was keying on the peon.
There was a peon out here? I'm pretty sure you're keying on me, or you could key over me anyways, because that radio does a lot more power than this one does, and I got a messed up antenna that's barely working.
I'm not really sure what you're into. You might be into being peed on. I'm not sure.
No, I'm not into the water sports. I don't have the yellow handkerchief in my back pocket.
Whoa.
You know that if you ever go to a gay bar and you see that, you see a yellow handkerchief in someone's back pocket, that's what that means. They like to get peed on.
Nuh-uh. That's funny shit.
Yeah, there's a color coding system at the gay bar for, what you're into. You can put different colored handkerchiefs in your back pocket if you're looking to hook up and go somewhere with somebody. Then it tells them kind of what your thing is.
You gotta explain the color code thing to me now. This is funny. What's down?
I don't remember. I do know that yellow though is water sports. That's your kink. If you have a yellow handkerchief, you like getting peed on.
What's brown? Is this all in reference to the rainbow?
No, it's just different color coding. It was just I think the yellow is in reference to urine. Brown is probably a scat fetish or something in reference to brown, but I don't know. I'd have to look it up again. I think I sent Beavis a picture of that one time that had the whole color coding system on it.
I don't think so. I remember that. That's funny shit.
It was a while ago. I'm pretty sure I sent somebody on I thought it was you, but it might have been somebody else that was. I made this comment and then I sent that picture to him.
I remember that shit. That explains a lot why Mantank walks around with like 5 different colors in his back pocket.
Yeah, dude. He's got a lot of kinks.
You gotta watch out for that guy that's got the handkerchief and you pull it out and it's got all those other handkerchiefs attached and it just keeps coming. That's scary.
That's my take.
Oh shit, I can picture him pulling him out right now.
The only thing is I'm not sure he pulls them out of his back pocket.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking they were coming out of his pocket. They were coming out of his prison pocket.
I suppose you could consider that a back pocket.
You know, that's the one he likes to use.
Just pulling them out like a long train of anal beads.
He must be gum drunk.
And now the channel was quiet.
See what you did? You and your yellow handkerchiefs.
I think it might have been the anal bead reference that made it happen. I do find it odd that all the straight people out here talk gay stuff to each other all day, and then I come out here and say some gay stuff and everybody gets quiet.
Do you have a set of anal beads?
Do I? No, I don't have any of those.
So you like jerk off and shove beads up your ass and then pull them out?
No, that's not really my thing. I don't really get anything out of that. Some people do. Some people really enjoy it, but that's just not me. I'm not one to kink shame, though. You know what Freud said about it is, Freud said the only aberrant or abnormal or abnormal, no, what was it? Aberrant or abnormal sexual behavior is not having sex. That's the only thing that's abnormal. Asexuality, basically, is the only thing that isn't really normal sexual behavior.
I'm going to have to disagree. There's some really abnormal sexual behavior going on somewhere.
Well, I was more speaking psychologically. You know, when it comes to the human psyche, the only abnormal sexual behavior is not having a sexuality. It's pretty much the only thing that's not normal when it pertains to humans.
See how that worked out for Mo? Maytag's next.
And as much as I think that is horrible what Mo did, it's completely normal as for humans. Like, he's not the first human to do that and definitely won't be the last.
It's socially unacceptable.
Yeah, it's socially unacceptable, and it's wrong. In my personal opinion, it's horrible. It's absolutely. I mean, you're violating innocence. You know, it's something that I'd like to cut his balls off for him doing that. But at the same time, it's perfectly normal human behavior, because he's definitely not the only human to have those thoughts or do those actions, and he's not going to be the last one. There's going to be plenty of creepers out there just like him.
Well, back in old times, it was kind of a normal, but it's not normal anymore. That's not good behavior.
It is not good behavior, that is correct. But it is normal human behavior. And as far as humans are concerned, humans aren't very nice creatures. Or really horrible things that walk this earth.
I'm an asshole, but I've never looked at a 13 or 14-year-old and like, ooh, I gotta have me some of that. That's fucking disgusting.
And I tend to agree.
I'd be more the guy that say, be rude and say, put some clothes on, you dirty little fucking whore.
Other examples, though, of bad human behavior that is totally normal is like murder, you know, things like that, rape. Those are all normal human behaviors. They're not good human behaviors. They're not behaviors we want people to exhibit, but they are all normal when it comes to the human psyche. There's a lot of people like that.
Rape is not normal. Neither is murder. It can be justified, but rape cannot. That can't be justified, but murder can. Neither of them are normal, especially not rape.
Yes, but it's something that many humans do, and that is why it's considered a normal human behavior. We rape each other. Not all of us, but some of us. And it's perfectly normal for humans to do that, because that's just part of human nature. And not every human is the same.
Alright, next time you come over, I'm going to pee on you and rape you. I'm going to stick it in your butt, because it's normal.
Again, that's not legal or acceptable, but that would not be normal for you, because that would not be normal behavior for you personally, because you've never done that. In my knowledge, you've never raped or peed on anybody. You might have accidentally peed on somebody, I don't know, but you've never raped anybody.
Someone. I ain't never raped nobody, though. That's unacceptable. I was making a point. You said it would be normal if I did that. It would not be normal, and that's what you just clarified. That's not normal. I don't care how you look at it. It's not normal.
But when you take humans as a whole, it is. When you look at you just independently, that would not be normal behavior for Beavis. But it is normal behavior for the human society as a whole.
Negative.
I mean, all normal means is it happens everywhere with consistency. So, consistently everywhere in the world, people rape each other. All throughout history, there has always been rapists, always will be rapists. That's why it's just normal human behavior. It's part of many terrible behaviors that are normal to the human species.
You are not going to convince me that it's normal.
Well, I will tell you this, it would be very unnormal or unusual if the world suddenly just didn't have any chimos or rapists or murderers in it. If it just, all the bad people disappeared, that would definitely not be normal.
Well, there's always going to be bad people. Saying there's always going to be bad people would be normal. But calling rape normal, that's not. Rapists aren't normal. They have issues.
Yeah, that are normal human issues that vast numbers of people have. I'm just saying that you're confusing the word normal with acceptable. Now, none of those behaviors are acceptable by society. None of them. But they're all normal behaviors for humans. Humans just do that stuff. Humans aren't great.
No, this rape is not fucking normal. We can't be the only one on Channel 17 that doesn't think it's normal.
Well, if it wasn't normal, then it wouldn't happen.
Well, if it was normal, I would see it happening when I get in my car and see it on the way to work.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like, there's all kinds of crappy normal stuff that's just normal human behavior. People mooching off society and entitled bitches. You know, that's all normal for humans. But it's not acceptable, but it's normal.
I mean, it's not like I go to Fred Meyer's and go shopping and see somebody raping somebody in the meat department. It's not normal.
That would be unusual, but you might walk into the meat department at Fred Meyer and see somebody raping somebody someday. You know, that it wouldn't surprise me, just knowing the fact that humans are like that. They'll do that kind of stuff anywhere.
I think I'd have a better chance of seeing Maytag in the meat department fucking himself with a big old sausage.
That would also be unusual, but probably normal behavior for humans.
I think it would be normal for him.
Oh wow, here goes Beavis from...
Yes, he finally woke up from his cum drunk nap.
I don't know, I like splitting hairs with you, Beavis, because you don't... I mean, they're two completely different words, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they kind of mean the same thing.
Why do you hang out in the meat department all day, Maytag?
I don't get to hang out in the meat department like you there, Beavis.
Why is your meat hanging out in any department?
Yeah, Beavis, especially at Al's.
I don't go to Al's and walk around naked. What are you talking about?
That's not what you said. You said.
He said, she said, you said, they all what? What? I didn't hear nothing. Get some audio, stupid.
Beavis.
Yeah, get some audio if you're gonna call me stupid.
Shut up, stupid. I'm gonna take a Sharpie marker into your van and put a big old penis on the side of that guy's face.
The words free cock inside.
I'll just say normal. You're a diesel.
Evening, Beavis.
Maybe the diesel. Good evening.
Yeah, he is.
You too, WD.
Yeah, good evening there, Bugeye.
How's everybody doing tonight?
I'm doing fantastic.
I'm having fun.
Yeah, I'm doing fine too. I'm a bachelor for a week.
I didn't ask you.
I don't give a fuck if you did.
Well, he's telling you, Beavis.
I know, man. I gotta be a smart ass.
I'd rather be a smart ass than a dumb one.
Oh, then you have to call yourself Maytag.
Fuck you.
We got plenty of those in Thurston County.
Nobody wants to be a Maytag.
I don't know, I haven't found too much intelligence on a CB radio. And, to be honest with you, I don't have a whole lot myself, so, I'm not sure how good of a judge I am of it. But considering the fact that I'm not very intelligent, and I haven't found anybody that's really much more intelligent than me out here, says the baseline's pretty low.
And what's considered baseline?
Stupid.
Oh, so anyone in Mason County?
Or anyone on a CB radio anymore.
People you tell me on TV, they go, what?
There's a few people out here I think are smart, but, they're very few.
Oh no, the channel's quiet. Hurt everyone's feelings.
Truth fucking hurts.
I never thought I was smart.
No, you're perfectly happy being ignorant, Beavis. That's why I like you. I get along with you, because you don't need to be smart. You're here to have a good time.
Yeah, I pay good money to be fucking dumb.
You guys are a bunch of fart smellers.
There we go. How'd you know I just farted?
I didn't, you just told me.
If I was smart, I would have went out and sat next to her for a second and then let her rip and then came back.
Must have been a beer fart.
I can tell you, Beavis, you're a lot smarter than you let on.
Don't tell anyone. I pay good money to be dumb. I can see he's smarter than he looks, but I've never seen it before.
I can't remember what the idea was that you put to me that I was like, wow, that is really, I can't believe I didn't even think of that, or never even thought of that. And you're like, I love it when I think of something smart. Doesn't happen very often.
A moment, but I wouldn't say I'm smart.
You have very good problem-solving skills, Beavis.
Oh, I know you're not wrong, because that's what I used to do for a living.
When it comes to diagnosing and analyzing a problem, you're pretty good at that. Fixing it, on the other hand, not so much. But when it comes to figuring out what's going on, you're pretty good at that.
Yeah, then you gotta pay somebody to fix it.
Maytag.
Oh, I don't need a blowjob. I get those for free. Maytag charges.
Yeah, he has a live-in tool for that.
I understood that. The two gayest guys in Thurston County right there.
Well, you know, as far as I know, there's only one gay guy on the radio entirely. Well, that's open about it and admits it, and that's me. So, I don't know about the rest of you guys, though, because, you know, I don't talk about gay stuff a lot on the radio. But I hear you guys talking about it a lot. Like, as in every single time I hear you talking.
Dear Maytag Jesus, I'm not gay, but here's background music. Are you drinking a glass of wine with the lights all dimmed down right now, Maytag? Listen to love music.
Loving you.
You mean he's a Peter Puffer?
Oh yeah, he got his mobile blowjob clinic.
The hell you doing this quick?
Never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Oh my God.
He's got nothing to do with it.
I don't know. I'm just cracking myself up tonight. I'm not even high. I haven't smoked any weed. I forgot to buy weed on the way home, and I just didn't want to go back out and get it. So, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm just all wired up.
You have no oil, no nothing. You're out completely. I say bullcrap.
Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think I have some dabs somewhere, but I broke my fucking dab nail, so I can't dab. It's a bummer. And I don't know where my other one... I have a glass banger somewhere in here.
Oh, coming from a gay guy saying glass banger, that's not good. I don't want to know what that is.
It's just the name for the type of thing you do your dabs in. It's like a little glass cup that you heat up and you put the oil in it and you smoke it that way.
So you heat up the oil so it lubricates good?
No, you heat up the glass so that it vaporizes the oil. And, it's just a little glass like cup or bowl or whatever with a tube coming out of it. And it's called a banger.
I heard glass dildos were the new thing.
The motor that's in it now, it's the second engine, and it's probably got 125,000 miles on the second engine. But yeah, I want to upgrade, but not a good time right now, probably.
Alright, I guess I had my fun.
What, that's it?
I got issues.
I can tell. I heard I got issues and then dead key.
I swear to God, I'm gonna beat this fucking thing. The dead key is not on purpose.
I am aware.
The phone keeps cutting out.
I think it actually works better that way. It's definitely more agitating.
If I had a big hammer, I'd smash this one too. your fucking crappy wiring job.
Well, how is it crappy then, Beavis? Explain this one to me. How is it my crappy wiring job? How did you diagnose that? Did you take the connector apart and find a wire broken or something? That's what I thought. My guess would be that one of the key up switch, the one that makes the contact for the audio, needs to be severely cleaned, as in more than just sprayed out. So occasionally when you key up, you hit that patch of dirt and you don't get any audio. But I could be wrong, and I mean, I usually am. And the channel was quiet. Good evening.
Somebody playing a radio station?
I don't know.
Weird.
Sounds more like a recording than somebody actually talking into a radio, that's for sure.
Wow, this
it was working.
Yeah, it's working.
Sometimes it doesn't. It has a habit of working and then not working.
What are you doing?
Checking, making sure it was working.
No, it's good to hear you.
I was making fun of mate tag, but I think he got bored.
No, you're gonna attract flies.
Hey, it was just out here.
Really?
Yeah, I just went outside to smoke a cigarette and came back.
Oh, I'm so lucky I missed it.
Yeah, I definitely think that's just the key up switches there, Beavis. And I think it just needs more of a cleaning than just spraying it out. Because every time that does that, it's almost as if that audio that contact where your audio is isn't quite touching. And that would do that if there's just a layer of filth on that contact. If you hit that spot of the contact with the switch that filth is on, it's going to break contact.
So are you referring to, like, the G-spot?
Yeah, there you go. You gotta just really hit it right and really hammer it.
Well, those little contacts in there on those little metal, you know how they have the little metal tabs? They're just a little round, flat, like puck made out of brass. And there's two of them, and they connect with each other. And if they get dirty in certain areas of it, they might not make contact all the time until you just push the switch down on just the right spot that you get audio back.
Don't be a diesel.
Yeah, what he said.
That's not being a diesel, that's just explaining the problem to you.
You need more practice, Beavis.
Are you on a different microphone?
Am I what?
On a different microphone.
Then what?
That's normal.
Well, yeah. I'm on a... Yeah.
He's on a different radio, too.
Uh-huh. I'm on another shiitake special. This one says, I think it's a Krakow radio. We were talking about this last week. We were trying to identify it. It's a Krakow, right?
Yeah, Krakow radio.
Right. With a stock mic, Beavis.
A Krakow? That would be like Sweet Pea.
Yeah.
Kid, is it bugging you? Is there something wrong with the audio, or the way I hold the mic, or the way I look, or my hair?
You just sound different.
Oh, roger that.
As he should. But it sounds fine. I don't have any problems with it.
Yeah, I don't either. I talked to New York today. They gave me a radio check and said I sounded really good, so I think somebody in Mason County's been fucking lying to me.
Oh, yeah. That's definitely been happening.
No doubt about it.
That's one thing the CB radio, especially Channel 17, has no shortage of, and that's bullshit artists.
Liars?
Yeah.
Right, babies?
Go to bed, you little...
Who's the one that's always whining? This is my favorite thing right here to do, is give people their own fucking medicine. Maytag, who's the one that's always complaining about how people sound, or your radio sounds like shit, or I can't hear you, or you're too loud, or da-da-da? You're the one that's always crying about something. I don't hear Beavis complaining about my radio. I don't hear Zodiac complaining about my radio. I don't complain about Zodiac or Beavis's radio. The only person I hear complaining about it the most is you.
I'm not complaining about your radio. Your radio sounds fine. And if somebody's radio sounds like...
Your radio sounds like shit, and I'm gonna walk on you right now. Go fuck yourself, just like you did to me last week with all your friends in Mason County that told you to shut the fuck up. Yeah, see, there's your own medicine, asshole.
I should take a tolerance break a little more often, I think.
You said you were out of weed.
Oh, no, that's rule number one's been broke.
Well, I'm out of weed, but I'm not out of money. I just chose not to go get some weed, and that's the difference. Like, I'm not an addict. I could choose. I honestly, I felt like just not smoking weed tonight. Isn't that interesting?
What?
Thought I'd try something different. Also, I was trying to make a little bit of a technical video to put on YouTube to dispel some coax and antenna myths that I've been hearing going around. And I definitely wanted a sharp brain for that, because if I get high, then I'm going to go off on tangents about shit that doesn't matter. Waxing on poetically about nothing.
I think you've thought about this quite well.
Well, I'm going to put the video up on YouTube, and I'm trying to track down some links here in the background for it. I got it uploading, but it's going to be a while. It's a big video. The Science of Coax. I think that's going to be the title.
We're going to have to call this the year of titles, because the year is almost over, and there's been a lot of titles.
Well, the title of the video is probably going to be that, The Science of Coax. Just because that's all I was really talking about, and I was explaining the math and the formulas and all of the various facts behind coax length, coax loss, and coax efficiency. Which I will not go into detail here because it took me about 24 minutes to explain all of it.
Are you going to have a video on reflective power?
Absolutely. Well, I mentioned in the video that I'm going to do more videos to dispel some more CB myths, and I'm going to do the Google and the research and put links in the description so people can go and see what the hell I'm talking about and read it for themselves. The thing that I've noticed is a lot of people clearly aren't reading the science. Like, they're just not getting on Google and looking up the bullshit. Because I hear... I'll just mention one of the major myths I dispel in the video, and I give you the formulas and the math and the science behind it. But it's your coax lengths in lengths of 3 feet. That's total bullshit. That's an old wives' tale that's been going around since way back, before I was even in radio. And there was a whole article about it in like a 1994 ARRL newsletter, and there's also in the 1994 issue of the ARRL manual, it also basically tells you everything about coax length and why it matters and why it doesn't matter.
I know if you got bad coax, it'll matter.
Yes, if you have an issue with your coax or whatever, coax length really doesn't matter. I mean, in general rules, the length of your coax should basically be the shortest length you can possibly run to get from the radio to the antenna. That's the general rule. You can make it more efficient than that, but it's not going to actually affect your reflect or your match or any of that. That's all a bunch of horse shit, and it's and I'm when the video gets posted, you can watch the video and I'll explain why. It's about resistance, capacitance, inductance, and the velocity factor of your coax.
So I got to see what a squirrel can do to plastic today. ever, done?
Well, wait till you see what they can do to a piece of metal. Like, they're like a rat that can climb a tree, Like, they literally are like fuzzy rats with poofy tails.
They chewed, get this, they chewed the gas tank lid off of his gas tank on his ATV all-terrain four-wheel drive vehicle.
That sounds about right.
And then they chewed the throttle switch off. So when he went to start it and move it, he went, where the fuck is the throttle? They ate it.
Yeah, I saw a thing where, like, their teeth are, like, they grow back really, really fast, so they can wear their teeth down and, like, grow them back pretty much while they're wearing them down. And rats are the same way. They can chew through, like, metal. If they get trapped in, like, a metal bucket, they can chew through that to get out of it. It might take them a while, but they can get through it.
Remember what we had talked about with the gray conduit?
Yeah, Tin. Sooner or later, they could chew through that. The reason why I would recommend putting coax through that is because they're less likely to chew through that. It's a lot more to chew through, so like you're way less likely they're gonna end up getting through your coax.
Right. I was standing there the first time and mentioned, hey, how about we do this? And Cutter looked right at me and said, that is a fucking great idea. I said, well, I thought about it before, and I noticed that my neighbor here has it going up the pole to his security light and across the yard. All of that wire is encased in plastic, and nobody chews on it. But they're over here chewing on the coax to the cables to both houses, and they're chewing on antenna wires and shit. So, and now they're chewing on the ATVs. So I thought, so he says, here, you use this stuff, they'll give up about halfway through it.
Well, Cutter also said to you that day that there's something in the plastic or in the coax that actually attracts them, and that makes a lot of sense because I've heard that from electricians too. That like rats and mice chew on wires because there's something in it that they really like, so they go for those.
Right. So if it's covered up, they'll quit trying, especially if it's not conveniently there, right?
Yeah.
Down the side of the tree.
Yeah, or you put something like PVC or something that maybe isn't something they want to chew on, and they might leave it alone, something that doesn't attract them.
Hey, I'll give them a couple 100 feet of shitty coax if they want.
Well, the soy oil that they're making the wires with over there in China.
Roger that.
Oil, man.
Hear that guy?
Yeah, tinfoil on the soy oil. Yeah, I can see that. Any kind of biomatter that's used in the insulators or any of the plastics as a bonding agent or something, I can totally see that. And if it's soy, they're probably after the sugar in it.
Right, they like the taste, it attracts them.
Yeah, Toyota's had a problem with that. And the rats just love their fucking wire. It was like coating in soy oil, I guess. So they had to fucking switch up what they were doing because all these rats were chewing their fucking wiring harnesses and shit.
So yeah, we're thinking about doing grab the PVC and paint it all black or dark green and then shove it all up there when the time comes. It'd probably take 10 minutes to feed all that line while somebody's at the top after they hang the wire down to you. And then put the coax end on it. He says, no, just make the pipe big enough that the 259 can go through it. I said, okay, I'm okay with that too.
Yeah, it'll cost a little bit more to go with a little bit thicker diameter to do that, but like 1-inch PVC is really cheap. And I think honestly like 3/4 inch PVC would probably be enough. There'd still be enough room. Yeah, 1-inch PVC pipe is super cheap.
Right, so I need 85 feet. That's how much I need to get from the ground to the bottom of the antenna.
Admittedly, I don't know, with inflation or whatnot, it's probably not like $2 for a 10-foot section anymore. But I can't imagine it's over like $4.
Yeah, I imagine a $100 bill would cover the PVC.
Should.
Right, and I don't mind if it's a little more because it's going to protect it from them fucking squirrels. And I don't want to shoot all the squirrels. And yeah, I need to stay friends with the people in my neighborhood. Plus, I like squirrels.
Yeah, I don't mind them. It's just when they're burying peanuts in my lawn and tearing stuff up that they really start to annoy me. But, you know, it's what I deal with because some neighbor around here thinks it's great to feed them peanuts.
Yep, I feed mine walnuts and stuff, but they bury them. Yes, they do. If you break them up, they'll chew them and put them in their mouth and take them to their nest because they're small. But if you give them a great big one that's not broke up, man, they'll bury that thing all day.
I feed the birds, but I don't feed squirrels. I let them find their food on their own as nature intended. I prefer to look at the birds.
Yeah, me too, but they show up anyway, so we worked it out. And they eat lots and lots of good natural stuff all day long around here. I watch them forage, and some days I don't even give them nothing. And, you know, they come and look, and they don't mind when they don't find nothing. They actually get right back out there and work on their own normal stuff. But they'll take the candy for sure.
Well, of course, because if it's available. Yeah, and it's a lot easier to get to because they don't have to crack it open, and, they just take it and hide it.
Easy pickings. We also have a civet cat that comes through here. Fucking weird-ass creature.
Is it a civet or is it a mink? Because we have a lot of minks around little streams like that, too.
Well, we only see him late at night on the security camera, and he looks like a civet cat. He really does. He does not look like a raccoon. He is definitely not a possum, and he has a very sharp nose.
Yeah, and they're real narrow, and maybe a little fuzzier than a ferret.
Oh, yeah, and real big. So we're going, hey, this guy's about a 10-pounder, so what the hell is that? Tanya goes, I think that's a civet cat. I said, do we even have them in this state?
I don't think we do. That's why I think it might be a mink. Minks can get about the size. They look more like a ferret, but they can get to about the size of a beaver.
Right, and I found two beaver over on Rural Road that they came up out of the wetland and they're laying there on the damn road. And one of them's got to be 40 plus pounds. I'm not shitting you. That damn thing was fucking 4 feet long. And the female that was with it, I could tell one was a male and the other was a female, was about half his size. And they're both laying there dead next to the road. Beautiful beavers.
Well, I do know we do have a lot of minks over there in Tumwater, and where you'll see most of them, believe it or not, is right down underneath Falls Terrace at the main falls right there. There's I've seen like 3 different ones there on 3 different occasions. And I know it wasn't the same one because I saw all 3 of them on one occasion, so I know there's 3 of them.
I'll be damned. Down by the park, huh?
Yep, they hang out right down underneath that big fall where they put the concrete in there to keep the falls there and to keep it from moving when they built the hatchery and the restaurant down there. And that little, right underneath that area, you'll see them swimming around in there all the time. And I think they're going for fish and whatever they can get right there that gets kind of trapped in that right before the falls.
Right, the salmon ladder, because they do come up there, and the fish do still come there. So, every year. How about that? I've never seen them down there, and I worked there, and I never seen any down there. But I'm not going to deny that they're not there. I bet they're living real close there.
Yeah, I'm not sure where they're nesting or where they're actually living, but that's the only spot down there that I've seen a lot of them. But I imagine there's if they're at the falls, they're all over that river, and they're probably all over Tumwater everywhere there's a stream or water, because they're kind of they're like a beaver. They live around that kind of area.
Yeah, and I'm surrounded by wetland. I'm right dead center of actual wetland. We flew the drone up yesterday or the day before that, and we looked at what it really looks like around here, and it is 90% wetland that is literally surrounding me on 3 ways. You just don't notice it because of all the trees and buildings.
Yeah, Tin. I know you got quite a swamp going on all around you. But yeah, that's why I think it might be a mink that you're seeing. Because I don't know, I could look it up. We might have civet cats, but I don't know that we do. I do know that we have minks, though. And I know that there's plenty of them in the Tumwater area. Because that's pretty much the only area I've really seen them, just around the water. So my assumption is that's probably what you're seeing. It's just a big mink.
Yeah, pretty funky looking. Really funky looking. Okay, yeah, I wrote it down, and I'll let Iggy know, and we'll start looking at pictures. I did do a search on it, and Washington is not known for having civet cats here.
Do we have any at all?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying. So you never know. An animal, they are starting to spot grizzly down here. That's what I'm hearing in Washington State. They're starting to see fucking grizzly coming down here.
Well, I've heard of them finding brown bears and grizzlies up in the northern part of, like, you know, where like Kaz moved to. But up in there in the Okanagan region, up in the mountains, up in the northern part of the state. As well as up by, like, Glacier Peak, Mount Baker area, I've heard of even moose and other things coming down out of Canada there.
Right, well, the lady that was talking about it, I didn't ask her where she lived, but, yeah, they were talking about grizzly bears and all different kinds of animals that normally aren't here are starting to migrate here, and she was wondering if it was weather-related.
Well, climate change doesn't exist, so no. Right?
Remember, Dan Quill invented the internet.
No, that's Al Gore.
Oh, Al Gore, I'm sorry. Hold on. Yeah, Channel 17, here we go again.
Dan Quayle was the one that couldn't spell potato. He had corrected a student who had spelt potato correctly on a blackboard and told him he needed to put an E on the end.
That's right. Potato.
I just want to deliver pizza.
You know, I don't think Dan Quill had all his ducks in a row.
No, he definitely didn't.
But then Cheney had no problem shooting somebody while he went hunting. Hey, you go out in front of me and I'll shoot you soon.
You may have seen a spotted skunk. I was just looking at civet cats in Washington. Technically, a skunk is a civet cat. And the eastern spotted skunk and the western spotted skunk are known throughout southeast and western Washington.
Okay, I'll look at the pictures.
Should have been a politician.
It says they are in Texas.
Yeah, I just Googled it 3 different ways about our civet cats in Washington State, civet cat, Washington State, and it all pops up with the same creature, the spotted skunk. And it's ranges in length from 14 to 18 inches, including its tail. Its fur is black or grayish black with white stripes on its shoulders and sides and white spots on its forehead, cheeks, and rump.
Son of a bitch, I'm looking at a picture right now that's making me go, now, if that was in the dark, like your security camera, I think you might have just spotted a spotted skunk at my house.
And apparently we have a bunch of those.
Okay, I have never seen them. That is the pointed face I was talking about for sure. Yes, they do resemble a ferret. This is a lot bigger than a ferret, but now that I'm looking at him standing on the ground in Turtle Bay, wherever wherever the hell that's at. He's a cute little fucker, and he's got black and white stripes all over his body, front to face, clear to his tail.
So minks also kind of look similar to that in the face, but they're a little bit more slender looking, and they're typically more brown and black. If you see them, they're more of a brownish black color, and they look a lot more like a ferret. But the skunk, the reason why I think you might have actually seen the spotted skunk now is because clearly Google knows that a lot of people searching civet cats are actually seeing spotted skunks. And just looking at the two, they are kind of similar. And the skunk would look like a fat civet cat because it's really fluffy, whereas the civet cat has kind of shorter hair.
Right, and this guy had a big ass tail.
Yep, and only a mink or a skunk would have that big bushy tail like that. Civet cats don't really have a big bushy tail like that.
Well, I'm glad whatever it is isn't coming through and spraying the property down, Roger.
Apparently we also have badgers, but not in Western Washington.
Oh, fuck, here we go. I know it. Remember the river otter that we were talking about? Freshwater river otters in Washington State.
And we have wolverines. I didn't know that. Up in the northern part of the mountains, you can find wolverines.
Right, yes, you can. But, you know, I've been all over the place, and when I was a kid, I never saw 90% of this stuff, and now we're starting to see it all over the place. And when I was a kid, I never saw any raccoons in town. But now we see raccoons everywhere. But, you know, you'd see deer once in a while. Now you see deer all the time. That kind of thing.
Over here in my neck of the woods here in Olympia, I've seen foxes, I've seen coyotes, deer, raccoons, squirrels, you know, all the typical normal things. The little brown squirrels, I can't remember what the hell those things are called. They have a name. I see those a lot around here. But only when I go down to like the falls or near a river have I seen mink or skunk or beavers or any of that. None of those are over here. There was one thing that I did find over here that I didn't know we had. I mean, I knew we had porcupines. I just never knew that they got that big here. But I saw one over at my apartment in Tumwater, and I've seen one here at this house. Just a giant porcupine. I mean, we're talking like this thing was probably 20 pounds. I mean, it was huge. It was bigger than most raccoons.
I saw one go through, and he looked like a basketball walking, and I'd say he's about 20 pounds, and he had spikes sticking out of him everywhere. Oh, my God, that's a frickin' porcupine.
Yeah, this one that I've seen over here occasionally, and I still see them. If it's the same one, I don't know how long they live. It might be one of its descendants by now. But yeah, it's much bigger than a basketball.
Yeah, they're huge. They really are huge. They're fat, like a beaver.
Yeah, and I didn't know that. I thought we just got the little ones, like a hedgehog-sized one, because I used to see those dead on the road around here occasionally. They don't move very fast, you know, so cars hit them pretty easily. But I'd never seen one that big, and apparently we get them bigger than that.
Roger, yeah, that's just like I've never seen a beaver dead on the side of a road before. They didn't even look like they were hit by cars. It looked like somebody killed them. They found them and killed them and drug them to there. I don't know, but yeah, weird. I actually got out and took a picture. I was going to send it to the state and ask them, hey, is this normal? You know, did somebody kill these things? Because they certainly don't look like they got hit by a car. And they're dead, and they're in beautiful condition. You know, the coats, anybody that was a hunter in the 1800s would have said, hey, don't leave those beaver there, you fucking idiot.
Well, yeah, it was worth a lot of money.
Right, and that's my whole point. So for me, it was kind of hard to see them laying there dead, being useless. But you know, I don't necessarily want to take a dead raccoon or anything like that and make a coat out of it myself. Back when you had to.
Well, that's why we still have minks around here. They protected them. People used to just overhunt them. That's why there's a lot of the natural mink populations all over the country were just totally eradicated. And Washington State's one of the few states that managed to preserve them before they all, went extinct here from overhunting.
Just like wolves.
Well, and over-trapping, too. Because that was the main source of hunting mink back then, was just trapping them.
Well, this has been a fun Washington zoology class, I will say that. I need to get something to eat.
Yeah, I'm going to go grab something to drink. My throat's a little dry.
Alright. Good talking to you. Where'd you go, Beavis? Alright, I'm gonna get something to eat. We probably bored these guys to tears. Jet plane in the background. Sounds like it's taking off or getting ready to land. Anybody hear that?
Hey, Zodiac, what area are you in?
I'm over here in Tumwater.
Like?
Prosper area over there by Black Lake.
Okay, I got you.
I'm out here by number 10 in the swamp.
Yeah, you're making a pretty good trip over here to the South Bay area there, man. And my antenna's not up very high.
Roger that. Well, don't tell anybody. You know how they are.
Yeah, so you're out there, well, isn't Laredo Kid out there that way too, someplace?
Yeah, he's over on the end of Black Lake in the actual swamp, and I'm on this side of the actual swamp. You know where the power plant is over off of Trosper?
Yeah, 10.
I'm about 2 miles from it.
Roger. Yeah, I know exactly where that's at.
I took over for 38 Special out here. Every time I sit here, I think about him. This is when he used to be his neck of the woods.
Whatever happened to him?
I have no idea.
Evening, Zodiac.
I could give you a list, Curtis, of all the people that had died, but by the time I got done telling you, you'd be in tears. And good evening, Jake.
Yeah, no, I know, man. I know. I know, dude.
So maybe sometime I'll do that, but yeah, most of the people you and me knew that were on the radio, a lot of them are gone.
Yeah, 10-4. Yeah, no, I mean, I've heard things, you know. It just, you know, I haven't been talking on the radio, but yeah, no, I know, man.
Oh, and I don't doubt you've been sandbagging for the last 15 years, Roger?
No, I might turn one on once in a great while, but yeah.
Uh-huh. I got my big boots on right now, so we're good.
No, dude, my station's set so long, I had to go up and take the antenna out of the tree. The fucking tree done grew around the coax. I went to hook it up one day. I put the coax in the back of the radio. Like, oh, that got quiet. I went up there. Oh, yeah, now I know why.
Oh, yeah, my fir tree grew around my Antron, and same problem. We had to unattach it from the grown-over tree.
Yeah, took it all out, got it back on the ground. Yeah, you know, cut the coax back and redid that, and yeah.
Yeah, roger that.
So what are you talking on? I heard you. I think I heard you saying something like you might have had one export or something.
Yeah, this one's the Shiitake radio. It's made by Shididio. I knew you'd like that.
Oh, I just burned one, man. Just smoked one right before this. That was a good one, bud.
So, yeah, if you want to put that in the book, I got a couple of shiitakes, and they're both made by Shididio.
Oh, God, like I was talking to what's-his-face there, I never can remember the guy's handle. I was bullshitting with the other night.
Not Lacey Day. Oh, hang on. Big Al.
Yeah, see, I get him and Inspector confused.
Wow, they don't sound anything alike.
No, I know, but it just, yeah, I've heard him talk and whatnot, but yeah, Big Al. I'm thinking within the next month here I might order me a nice radio off eBay. It's probably going to be one of these 10-meter radios, and I'll have to get it here and convert it.
Oh, damn, I got on the other frequency because my microphone on the Shiitake here, it changed the damn channel. I'm going, where the hell did he go?
Now, so what do you got that you can use to go down and run 805?
Nothing at the moment, because I got to do some work here first, but yeah, I got a few radios around here that can do that, all the way up to 2999.
Yeah, 10.
I think everybody's got at least one radio that can do that.
I'd hope so. Well, it's 2022 now.
And yeah, people leave everybody alone, so nobody's getting chased around, and only a few people have gotten letters, and they were getting a little testy and running too much gear, so. But if you're not, and you're being mellow about it, I don't think you'd ever see them show up.
I don't think they have the resources to fund anything like that anymore.
No, but they can write a letter, Roger.
Yeah, I keep things pretty low key, man. I don't really drive any power.
Oh, you'll probably want a little bit.
No, shit, my neighbor used to complain.
He might not anymore, because everything's, built better. I'm not bleeding on anything I own at all. And I got, flat screen TVs in here. I got a guitar amp, the whole bit, and nothing's bleeding on anything.
I used to run that Moonraker beam. I don't know, I fired up like it was at least a 6-tube. I fired that up, and my neighbor the next day, he goes, Curtis, we got to do something, man. He goes, you're coming out of my clock radio by my bed, and it's not even on.
Yeah, you're creeping me out, dude. I'm trying to sleep. Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, I had a few neighbors that had little radios and shit where I'd do that to them too, but I wasn't even running any power and it was doing that. But things have changed. So for the most part, you could tell your neighbor, buy better equipment.
I thought I was doing the right thing, waiting until later at night to crank it up, but apparently I wasn't.
Yeah, I think if you keep it halfway under control, you could probably have a lot of fun like a lot of people. You keep listening out here and you'll start to tell there's no way that guy's in Bremerton and he's running 4 watts. Roger?
Roger, yeah. Most I ever turn is maybe 40.
That's a good dead key.
My Saturn base is set for about 40 watts on this channel.
I think I dead key at about 85 tops, but that's swinging up, but I can modulate to about 200.
I'm just talking on a stock Madison with a coffin mic.
It's working, but people might think I'm ghost talking to you because they may not be able to hear you, some of them, because that happens to all of us.
So that trailer park, he's up in Tacoma?
Bremerton.
Bremerton?
Yes, and yeah, a lot of people are a long ways away and they're making it all the way to you and me with no problem. Times have changed, for sure, 554.
I like running FM, dude.
I have it here on a lot of radios. I haven't done it yet, and Inspector's been doing it. I guess he's been talking a lot of FM. And Buckeye out here at Scott Lake wants to talk FM, and he can't get anybody to go to FM. So we kind of all need to start doing it for him, because he's starting to get mad. He bought a radio purposely because I told him, well, everybody's going to start talking on FM because the FCC released it, and we can all talk on FM now legally. How come nobody's doing it? Well, I don't know. Because they got Channel 17? That's how hooked they are to Channel 17. Just like they were hooked to Channel 18. You know the story.
Yeah, Roger, I like the clarity on FM, but like I said, I've had FM for right when it first came out, export radios.
Right, and I was working for Red Top, and we were running FM radios, so yeah, it's a big difference. It's like you're sitting there with a cop radio in your car. It's really quiet until you hear somebody talk back to you on it. You don't have all the static and shit.
You can set it up exactly the same way. These newer radios, those President Richards or some of those, they have tone squelch, so you can set it up to where only the people that only the radios you have are what's going to come through.
Oh, no, I didn't know that. Yeah, now I know a lot of people do the squelch thing. I have friends tell me, hey, if you don't break my 6 dB squelch level, you're not going to make it through to me. Oh, that's why you don't key up and you don't hear us. And he said, well, it's just easier to get rid of people I don't want to hear. I said, okay, I see what you're doing. You remember Buzz? Remember Jack?
Who?
Buzz. Jack.
No.
You don't remember Jack that lived downtown in Olympia and he ran Hannah's? He was a bartender?
No.
Okay, he was on the CB radio a lot. Towards 1996, he was on there quite a bit. And we didn't hear you in 96 very much. The last time I heard you was about 92, I think. Maybe, yeah, that'd be about right. Sound about right?
92.
Yep.
Burger?
Go ahead.
Tone squelch and this is more for Zodiac. Tone squelch and squelch are kind of two different things. The tone squelch is actually an offset frequency that is a tone, and when you key the radio, the other radio that's set to the same tone frequency recognizes that trigger frequency and allows you to hear what's being said. If it doesn't get that trigger frequency, that tone, it does not it doesn't open the squelch, so it just blocks every signal out. So when it comes to a tone squelch, if you don't have the tone squelch programmed in for your transmit, then people that are using a tone squelch can't hear you, but you can still hear them.
Yeah, the guy I was talking about was just using normal squelch. He was just squelching people out, but yeah, not on an FM radio. So you're talking on FM? Is that what you're talking? What, FM?
I'm talking on any radio that can use a tone squelch. So it's set up mostly for repeaters. It's so that people that don't have the tone programmed in their radio don't accidentally key the repeater. It's the difference between talking simplex and with a tone. Simplex is just a simple radio-to-radio contact, no tone, no repeater.
So basically, Zodiac, the radio's sitting there with the squelch all the way down, but the tone squelch is holding it quiet, and unless somebody keys up to that radio that's shooting that tone, which is subaudible, it's coming across with the signal. You can't hear it. You can, but you got to listen close. It will never come through the receive.
Exactly. And if you're using a receive tone in your radio, if you have that programmed in, then it'll block out anybody that isn't using that tone. And typically, if they have that set up the same way on their radio, if they're not using the same tone, they won't hear you. Technically, on that, I mean, you'll get a little bit of interference if the station's close by, but that it allows you to talk simplex on a frequency that other people are using without actually interfering with their conversation, especially if they're like way off in the distance.
Yeah, that's really cool. Well, maybe we all should start doing that so Buckeye can have fun with his FM radio. And I don't mind. I don't have a problem with, we all go to a different channel where we can sit and be in FM, and that way we can all talk, and, his money will be well spent, right?
Yeah, the reason I like FM is it's clear when you have a good signal on somebody you're talking to. So, like, you to me to, just anybody local, FM is perfect. It's better than AM. AM is better for longer distance communication because that audio rides the carrier frequency. So if you get any carrier at all, you get some audio with it. So you can kind of intermittently hear people on AM, way off in the distance. On FM, if you have a really weak signal on somebody, you might not hear them at all because, the modulation is carried by the actual carrier frequency, so the modulation is the frequency, whereas on AM amplitude modulation you have a carrier frequency and your modulation is a separate wave that rides the carrier wave.
Yeah, Roger. Got to look at that yesterday on a buddy of mine's phone as he did some tuning.
Yeah, you get to see that on an oscilloscope. Like when you're trying to tune in your audio on an oscilloscope, you're looking at the sine wave of both the carrier frequency and your modulation, and you want those to kind of line up.
Oh, I'm laughing. The minute you said oscilloscope, Chris, remember back in Fathead days when he had all the oscilloscopes? And he gave me one that worked. And he says, here, take this home and play with it. And I fucking had no idea what I was looking at. Now I'm going, oh, what a bummer. I wish I still had that. That thing was a complete test station. And he had like 5 of them.
There's a dual trace on Craigslist right now for $150.
Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about, and the one I had was really nice. It really was. And it could help fix any radio out there, and I was like, I didn't know nothing about this shit. I don't, but I'm learning, you know. I'm learning really fast, too.
Yeah, it was probably a Tektronix.
I don't remember what the brand, it might have been a frickin' Yaesu if they made one. I don't know who it was by, but it was a light gray. All of the ones he had were light gray.
Tektronix was a popular brand for oscilloscopes.
Right, very heavy.
James had one way back in the day, too, he was dinking with.
I have a couple of them over here. I got a big old Sencor. I've got a Signalent Technologies oscilloscope test center, and then I have that Telpost LP500A station monitor, which has an oscilloscope built into it too.
Yeah, you had the modern day stuff. See, we had the dinosaur equipment back then, and yeah. Anyway, he gave it to me because he had too many of them. Here, you want this? Does it work? Yeah. I said, I don't know how to run it. So what? Go and play with it.
That station monitor sounds cool, but I don't do enough internal stuff anymore on radios to justify having a scope.
Well, it's mostly just, you can kind of turn it on there and see if you're overmodulated, you got your audio turned up or whatnot. It's, Heathkit used to actually, and a couple of other ones, Johnson and E.F. Johnson and a bunch of Collins, different radio companies made test centers and station monitors that had a built-in oscilloscope like that. It was usually just a really tiny one. My Sencor, however, is a big 8-inch tube oscilloscope from the 80s. And that's a big one. That's old school. That probably cost about $20,000 back in the 1980s. Nowadays, it's worth about $100.
Yeah, I'm sure the one that George gave me was worth a lot of money when it was brand new. My uncle had one on his shop desk for years, and until I met George, I didn't know what that machine was. So when I got over to my uncle's, by then I knew what it was, and he used it to tune a TV in front of me, his oscilloscope. He sat there in the bench out here at Black Lake, and he goes, watch this, I'm going to make this channel come in and be right on the money. And then he tuned the TV that way. I was just amazed at what he could do.
Yeah, I've used my oscilloscopes for a number of different things. It's not just radios, not just modulation monitors or anything like that. I've used it for a lot of things, measuring different voltages, measuring waves, electrical waves through an electrical current. That's basically all it's there for. It basically shows you the waveform of a any kind of electrical current, whether it be RF energy, electromagnetic energy, or just regular old electric current.
Yeah, it'd be nice to be 18 again. I'd probably go to college for a couple years and take an electronics course and at least get halfway educated in it. But this way's kind of fun too, learning on the run. I'm running out of time though. I gotta learn all this shit before I lose my ability to retain memory.
Yeah, and I mean, to be honest with you, oscilloscopes are really old technology, and they're really cool because you can use them to see the wave function of just about any kind of electrical current.
Right, which really helps you to understand what you're looking at.
Well, it definitely helps you understand whether you have a dirty current, a clean current. I mean, you shouldn't have any sharp edges, in your waveform. They should be smooth. The best wave is a sine wave, which is that nice smooth round wave that is kind of I'm trying to think of the little symbol that kind of best represents that. There's a name for that. It's on your keyboard.
Not tablature. It's not, let me think about that. Numerics.
It's the little wavy symbol they put over like La Nina, over the eye.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a smooth wave for sure.
Yeah, so that's the best representation I can give you for a sine wave, which is what we're sending out right now out of our antennas. We're talking on sine waves.
Absolutely, I saw it yesterday. We also, our voices carry it that way too. Well, the sound, that's how it gets carried.
I get into a little depth in that video too once it's uploaded about sine waves and how that affects your coax length.
Oh, that'll be fun. It'll be like listening to a teacher at school.
I think I'm going to develop like a video series, sort of a small master class in CB bullshit, you know, and like how to recognize it.
You should like wear a pair of funky glasses with a fake mustache and all that, and say that you're like Mr. Poindexter 2023.
And I'm not even an expert. And that's I'll tell that to everyone out here. I do not claim to be an expert in this. I don't know it all. I have never claimed to know it all. But I can read and I can do math. And I can read an algebraic formula that someone puts in front of me that was smarter than me and figured it out before me. I can read that and then figure out how to use it to best suit my scenario.
Oh, you in trouble now, boy.
But that's where I get my information from, people that are smarter than me that have already figured it out.
So you're like a bookworm and you get your information that way?
Oh, no. No, it's more like a human sponge that grew up inside a university professor's pocket.
I mean, that's not a terrible analogy. But yeah, if you could come inside my head and come back out, you know, you wouldn't be able to tell me I'm wrong. I don't always remember it correctly, but I do remember most of what I learned.
He's not always right, but he's never wrong. And so far, he's never ever told me one ever line of bullshit. I'll tell you that. In all the years that I've known Big Al, he has always been able to back up anything he said.
No, I'm not sure how old he is or anything, but no, he makes sense.
I will be 38 in December.
That? No, I'm kidding.
I will be 38 in December, and well, I mean, most of what I know, especially when it comes to electronics and electronics repair and how the wave function of electricities, you know, and how it all works, most of that, it just comes from reading the science on it, reading on things, you know, listening to the experts, as well as other technicians that are more versed in it than me. And then it also comes from about 23 years of experience just fiddling with it all.
That's how I learned mechanics.
Well, and you dabble in electronics too, so I mean, you have a brain for that shit.
Well, yeah, and I've said this to a lot of people. Everything I know about cars or electronics, I pretty much teach anybody it, and I'm sure of that because I'm not. Like, I've seen my IQ tests. I'm not off the charts by any means. And I know there are people out here that maybe don't understand some of the things I understand, but their IQ is much higher than mine. So I'm positive they can understand it.
Roger. Yeah, I've always known, back in the 80s, Curtis was working on radios and stuff, and there wasn't too many people being able to do that, and he wasn't at school doing it, he was at home doing it. So, some people are just inclined that way, so I'd say 554, you're electronically inclined, where I'm not.
Well, and some people just aren't interested in it. I mean, they'd rather pay somebody to work on their car, for instance. They're not interested in learning how to do it themselves, and they maybe have the money or the financial means to just have somebody else do it for them.
I basically learned that the same way he's talking about learning, reading, researching it, pulling the lid open on a radio, looking in there, looking in an ECG cross-reference catalog, looking at what the part was, and just kind of figured out radios inside.
And he just touched on a very important point there, looking at parts catalogs and stuff like that. The internet has made it extremely easy for me to find stuff and explain it to people. But you got to sift through a lot of bullshit when it comes to the internet, because there's a lot of this stuff like what I was talking about with coax myths and just radio myths and stuff. A lot of that's on the internet, and you might think like a CV shop or an antenna manufacturer like Wilson Electronics knows what they're talking about, but they don't always. A lot of times they just put stuff on their website that they found somewhere else, and it was bullshit to begin with.
Yeah, I try not to read any of that crap.
But there are some very, very good, reliable sources for radio information. For instance, the ARRL. It's a ham radio library of documents and data sheets and all kinds of stuff, and manuals. All the collective knowledge of all the ham operators around the world and all the scientists that deal with radio theory and antenna theory, it's all in their library. And that's probably it. I always recommend, if you can't find it in their library, it probably is bullshit.
Okay, I've never heard about that site you just talked about that talks about theory and reality and all that. Did you say ARRIL? Yes?
ARRL.org. That's A is an Adam, Richard, Lincoln.org. O-R-G.
Arlo, got it. I'm making the dot be a 0, Roger.
Yeah, 10.
Org, Roger.
Yeah, we're waiting.
You did say org?
Yes, and I believe ARRL stands for Amateur Radio Research Library. I believe. I might be wrong about that.
No, I'm going to check it out, because if you're wrong, I'm gonna call your ass out on it. No, I'm kidding. No, that's great. Thanks for telling me about that. I'm going to go there and I'm going to read stuff. I'm going to go there and learn, just for fun, because that's what I did in college. Of course, a lot of people hated college because, they hand you a book. Here, you got to read that, and then you tell me what's in that book. Oh, fuck.
Remember when I was telling you can't tune your antenna with your coax, and your antenna tuner, to some extent, isn't doing that either?
Yep.
Well, that's how I know that. Because I usually read their newsletters and their articles and their manuals.
Well, it didn't take me long to jump up to the automatic tuner level. I now understand why it works, how it works, and I can even explain it to somebody that don't, and they might understand it because I'm a dumbass. And if they are too, then meaning they just don't know about it, then I'd be able to tell them what it's doing. And I've still had grown men look at me and go, "I still have no idea what the fuck you're talking about." I said, "I'm pointing right at it."
With an antenna tuner, you can talk straight off a coat hanger. You can talk straight off of the coax connector at the back of the tuner if you want. It's not going to work better, than not running it through an antenna, but you won't get any of the reflect.
The antenna tuner's fooling the radio.
Yes, it is, but it's doing a damn good job of it.
Actually, all it's doing is changing the inductance and capacitance and resistance in between the radio, the coax, and the antenna to a more suitable match. So it's basically, it's either absorbing through capacitance or it's pulling it around, it's oscillating it. There's several ways that an antenna tuner can actually tune your antenna, so to speak, but it's not actually tuning the antenna. It's not changing what the antenna is tuned to. It's just keeping the reflect that you get from a higher SWR from going back into your radio.
Yep, and it does it awesomely. But you don't hear about that every day. That's not an everyday thing that somebody that buys a CB is going to run out and buy one of them, because they're not going to know about that. And a lot of people don't.
Well, most of the ham operators I know run them, and that's one of the reasons I recommended it to you. Is with the issue you got going on, that makes it the most effective. You know, you can use it and not worry about burning anything up.
Well, and something else that I learned about that while that was going on was that when I'm way out of band, I'll be able to tune my antenna, or the signal anyway, to that frequency every time. So you will be able to theoretically talk and listen on those extra channels that really your antenna is only tuned to 1 to 40, but it can do the whole range.
Actually, your antenna is tuned to one specific frequency more often. It's only going to get its lowest match on one specific frequency.
Right. I just mean that your antenna will work better if you have this automatic tuner when you are way up on 2805 or down on 2605, 805.
No, not really. It helps. It does improve a little bit of the efficiency, considering there's a mismatch, mostly impedance and a little bit of capacitance. But when it comes to, like, say your antenna is 1.5 on 27 megahertz, by the time you get down to like 24 megahertz, you know, if you're getting to the end of the bandwidth of your antenna, you're going to get like a 2 to 1. And what the antenna tuner is going to do is it's going to kind of sort of fool the radio, for lack of a better word, into thinking that the match hasn't changed. It basically does that by absorbing the excess. So you do get a little bit of loss running an antenna tuner outside of the frequency that the antenna is tuned to.
Yeah, roger that.
I've never ran an antenna tuner.
And you don't need to. And it doesn't, like that is kind of a myth. It doesn't really make the system any more efficient. It just makes it a lot easier on your radio because, you know, those finals only take so much reflect before they pop. And if you're running an antenna tuner that's tuning that in between the radio and the antenna tuner down as flat as possible, then you don't really run the risk of overheating those transistors with reflect and popping them.
I say that's acting as a protection plan right there, period. Even if it was nothing else, it's a protection plan.
Yeah, it's a reflect protection. It's a reflect shield is really what it is.
It's exactly what it's called, an antenna tuner.
Yeah, but that's kind of a misnomer because it's not changing the tune on the antenna. The antenna, if you take the antenna tuner out of line and put an analyzer on the antenna, the antenna is still the same that it was when you put it up there.
Yeah. Based on that, I'll send you a text, and then you can go, oh, and it's been confirmed now by the other guy that was here, Roger?
Yeah.
Way lower than we all thought.
Yeah, and like I said, the other guy that was there that told you that no amount of trimming of that coax is going to bring that match down, he's absolutely correct. I would have never assumed that would have changed anything, really. I mean, it might have dropped it a little bit, where like a meter, SWR meter is concerned, but it's not actually dropping the reflect, and it's not changing the tune on the antenna.
What did they do?
Well, we could talk about it in person.
What increments of coax length did you go with? 3, 6, 9, and so forth?
That is a big fat myth.
Yeah, we don't have that going on here. No, we have a completely different thing going on, but I'd tell you about what's happening here maybe in person.
And when you find the video on my YouTube channel, you'll find out why. But I mean, I could explain it a little bit. It has a lot to do with the velocity factor of the coax, but the coax length really doesn't matter. When it comes to your match, you run whatever length of coax you need to run to get your radio and your antenna connected. That's it. Your coax does never tunes your antenna. It never does. And that's something we've known as a fact since about 1994.
Yeah, I never said it tuned your radio, but we did do certain length, specific lengths.
Correct. And there are certain specific lengths that you can trim your coax to make it more efficient. There's something called a velocity factor, and that's a combination, that's an efficiency percentage that's a combination of a few different things. It's inductance, capacitance, and resistance. And it takes into account both the insulators, your dielectric loss, your and then the also like the law of thermodynamics, which is everything that has energy loses some of it. Nothing is 100% efficient. So copper, for instance, is not a perfect conductor. There is no such thing as a perfect conductor. So you get some loss, no matter how good the copper is, no matter the quality. You get some loss. You get different variances, and that's what that velocity factor is. So like. For LMR 400, which is what most people out here use, the velocity factor is about 85%, so 0.85. And the formula you get for your coax lengths, if you want to zero it out, which what you're doing is you're finding your zero voltage point on your sine wave, which is the signal you're sending. That's the point where that line, the wave, the middle of that wave, where it crosses that zero line. That is your zero voltage. And there's specific lengths, and it's different for every single type of coax you use. LMR 400 is a velocity factor of 0.85, but RG58 is a velocity factor of 0.66. So your coax lengths are going to be different, and there's a formula for that. It's quite simple. You take half your wave, which at 27.4 megahertz, the middle of the band is about 36 feet. Take half of that, that's 18, times that by 0.85 for your velocity factor on your LMR 400, and that would give you about 15.3 feet. And those are the lengths in multiples that you need to get pretty close to that zero voltage mark.
This LMR 400. What size of cable is that?
They're about 3/8 inch diameter overall. It's a big cable. It's like RG8 or 213. The big RG8, not the mini stuff. But where it pertains to like the velocity factor on your RG58, for instance, you get a lot more loss with RG58, but it's 50 ohm coax, it works. Your velocity factor is 0.66, so if we times that by 18, you get closer to 11 or 12 feet. Definitely not the 3, 6, 9, or 18 feet sections that you see online all the time on CB shops and various other locations. But that's why I'm telling people, like, this 3, 6, 9, that's all bullshit. That's never, I don't know where they got that. I really don't, because it's not, it just doesn't fly with any kind of electrical theory I've ever heard.
It's just something I'm going off of from way back. But, I used to run I was just wondering how that compares with 213, because I used to run a lot of that Silver Shield 213 or Columbia Full Power RG8 is what I used to run in the day.
213 is great coax. It's very low loss. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, there's better stuff out there for very little bit more. And that's why I recommend LMR 400. And I always recommend going with Ultraflex. There's literally no difference between the spec sheets on the two, except for the velocity factor. I think the velocity factor is actually a little more efficient on Ultraflex than it is on the solid core. And that's just simply because the center conductor of the Ultraflex is solid copper stranded, and it's a lot thicker, so that you get the same exact kind of efficiency out of it as you do with solid core.
Yeah, Roger. Like I said, my brother's into commercial, two-way radios, but he's got some Heliacs.
And like all those coaxes you just mentioned, they all have different lengths that you're supposed to cut them to get that zero factor on your sine wave. So when you're looking for that 0 voltage mark to tune the velocity factor of your coax, that's a number they give you in the data sheet, and every single coax is different, and that number is based off of a few different factors, but mostly the loss. It has to do with the calculating the loss. You get your velocity factor and your efficiency.
He's got some stuff that it's pretty expensive cable.
Yeah, Andrew Heliax is really, really fucking expensive. The stuff I'm running is actually pretty expensive. It's silver-clad copper center conductor. It's got 2 different dielectric insulators on it and 2 different braided shields on the outside. And it's a mil-spec coax that's designed for aircraft, and it's kind of spendy. And it's a little more loss than LMR 400. But because I put my antenna up in a tree and I gained a whole bunch of decibels doing that, I'm not too worried about the loss, because I'm not even really losing a decibel at the 150 feet mark that they have it at.
No, that's actually one of his favorite brands.
What, the RG393 or the Andrew Heliax stuff?
Andrews.
Yeah, Andrew cable is probably the industry standard for any kind of microwave coax. Anything you see on a cell phone tower or any of that, they're almost always running Heliax, whether it be like 7/8 inch or half inch.
Yes, sir. He's got all kinds of that stuff.
Although Times Microwave is commonly used in the industry too. It's a microwave certified coax. You get higher loss when you get up into like the 10 gigahertz range than you do down here in the 27 megahertz range. But at 100 megahertz, you get about a third of a decibel loss per 100 feet with LMR 400. And typically, the lower you go in the band, the less loss you get out of any coax. Anytime you get way up into the microwave bands, there's a lot more resistance. The waves are so tiny, it's a lot harder to tune that velocity factor too. I don't know. There's going to be a ton of people that say what I just said about the velocity factor and your math and the math that I just gave you is bullshit. But you can look it up. Get on ARRL.org. Look up their issue from 1994. They have a whole thing on it.
No, I don't doubt it, man. Yeah, see, that's the thing. Math. That's one of my low points.
Yeah, me too. And we were just always told that it was those increments. But they do matter when it comes to jumpers.
No, they don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is they don't matter at all. We've always been told those increments because it's an old wives' tale, and it's just something people said. I don't know where it came from. I can't figure out exactly where that came from. I Googled the shit out of that. I don't know where those numbers came from. I think they came out of thin air.
I don't know. When we're all here on the weekend that it happens, the two of you are going to be looking straight at each other, and I'm going to stand back, and I'm going to hear the two of you duke it out.
And I'm going to write down an algebraic formula that's very simple. It's W for wavelength times your velocity factor equals the length multiples you need. And anybody's more than welcome to disagree with me. They're more than welcome to disagree with me, but they're wrong.
What about co-phasing?
Well, co-phasing, you got to deal with different impedances too. Typically with co-phasing, if you got two antennas with 50 ohm coax, you're going to get closer to like a 2-to-1 match. So you're going to want to run like 75 ohm coax to get that match to work.
Yeah, and a certain length of coax?
No, not typically. I mean, the rule for velocity factor is the same with any coax, whether you're running 75 ohm or 50 ohm. It's that formula doesn't really change. The other reason that coax length probably matters is obviously loss. If you run too much coax, then you don't actually get any signal to the antenna because it's all getting lost. There is a maximum length of coax you can run too.
There's a specific length when the truckers put their antennas out there on their mirrors. Both coaxes are cut to a certain length.
Well, that may be, and like I said, I've seen this myth on more than a dozen CB shop sites and antenna manufacturer sites. I don't know why they think it's legit, because literally everybody in the industry disagrees with them. So the coax length does not matter that much. Now, the spacing between the antennas, yeah, you want those at least 8.5 feet apart. You want them at least a quarter wave apart in order for them to be effective. But when you're co-phasing antennas, that's the same thing too. Like you want it, at least a quarter wave apart. But you do also want them a certain distance apart that they're about, you want to go up like half or quarter wavelengths. So like if you can't get them 8.5 feet apart, but you can get them 18 feet apart, that's perfect.
Yeah, I think I remember a guy back in the day, he co-phased 2 antrons.
Yeah, that's absolutely possible. And you can put a phaser in there and you can actually point where the radiation pattern's going to go. Basically, with that, you're changing the distribution of the signal between the two antennas. But again, I'm not an expert. I just have 23 years of experience of reading and studying all this shit. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Well, it sounds like you got somebody that was questioning your word, huh?
No, I just recently, discussing it with multiple people, have come up with the conclusion that a lot of people think that the numbers that people just gave them over the years, like those 3-foot sections, 3, 6, 9, 18, that actually mattered. They don't. There is no, that. The formula is totally the same, but you get different numbers depending on what frequency you're talking on, or the wavelength of that frequency, and the velocity factor of the coax you're using.
What is this, some friend of Zodiac's that doesn't believe you?
No, I just think that he's heard the same thing that I've heard and many people have heard for years, and it's just not entirely true. And the person that Zodiac was talking about, I actually agree with most of what he's saying. And what he was planning to do is gonna work. It absolutely isn't snake oil. I just don't think that person completely understands the science behind what he's doing.
Yeah, and it's not the people that are working with us.
And the reason why I say that is because when you tell me that you need 3-foot lengths of coax, then I know you don't know what you're talking about. Because no matter what velocity factor for any coax I've ever divided into the wavelength of the CV, none of it comes out to 3-foot lengths. None of it. maybe sometimes they come out to like multiples of 3 feet, but another type of coax, like RG58, will come out to like 11 feet. Well, you can't divide 11 feet into fucking 3-foot sections.
Don't mind me, I'm eating dinner while I listen.
I guess my problem with it is like everything I've learned as a ham operator before I got into the CB has come into question by CB operators over the years. And I think it's because CB operators don't read ARRL, memos and documents, and they don't read the science on it. They don't read what the experts are actually saying. The people that figured all this stuff out and made it and make it work.
Hey, I know people that don't even know what SWR is, and they've been running radios in their cars for years. They're like, huh? SWR? What are you talking about?
It's actually just a sum of an equation. It's your standing wave ratio. It has to do with how many watts are coming back into your, but at the same time, like, you can trick an SWR meter, and it's because it's how it reads SWR, the standing waves. There's ways to make it give you a bad reading.
I didn't need to be educated on that. I was talking more about the people that have them in their cars, and they've never, ever matched anything. They just hooked it up and talked. They have no idea what an SWR even means.
Yeah, and that, usually once those people actually tune their antenna and get that match down, they realize, oh wow, this works a lot better. But it typically doesn't matter. I mean, when it comes to like just a regular CB radio attached to a Fire Stick, if you just plug it all in and leave it at its factory tune, you're probably going to get less than a 2-to-1 match anyways. And that's not going to burn up a normal CB radio.
Yeah, I would tell everybody, forget Fire Sticks, throw them in the fucking garbage and start over.
Well, that's the other thing too about Fire Sticks is they're backwards antennas. Anything that's top loaded like that, it transmits from the top out. It goes from the bottom of the antenna to the top. It's backwards. And it doesn't need a ground plane either. Fire Sticks do not need a ground plane to tune them out. But with a 102, you need a good ground. You need a counterpose for a 102 to work.
What the hell are you talking about? I hooked that thing up the other day. It works fine. It's red and black, and it's 3 feet tall, and it's working. I can hear half a block.
Well, part of the reason why a Fire Stick doesn't need a ground is because it's using the shielding on your coax as its counterpose, which actually is one of the things that I think is the basis for the whole 18 feet of coax and a mobile thing. I think that's the basis of it. A lot of people said that over the quarter wave whips, like but I think the Fire Stick is actually where that comes from, because that's the only time that would be relevant. Because if you change the length of the shielding of the coax, then that Fire Stick is actually getting a different length of counterpose. So you could, to some extent, get a better match if you had that like perfect half-wave length of shielding on your coax.
Yeah, that's where it came from.
And I haven't experimented with that, but that just popped into my mind because of how those antennas work and what they're doing with the coax. That might have been where that 18-foot section came from, was Fire Stick antennas. But, I mean, just those top-loaded antennas, those are the only antennas that I can see that actually making any difference.
No, that makes perfect sense to me, dude, because years ago, I was probably only like 15 years old. I had a Fire Stick when I very first got into CB radio, and you're right. I cut the coax had to be a certain length that went, and I used a trunk lip mount.
Now I'm going to have to do some research on that and see if that's actually where that came from. You gave me a really, I just had a kind of an epiphany there. I never Googled that.
It may have been something like that, dude, and we just kind of went with that.
Yeah. Jake?
I run a 4-foot shit stick with the 18-foot set of frickin' fire, the coax, and I have it strung out and whatnot. I got a perfect match on it, and so I'm curious to see how that research goes down.
Well, and the other thing that I think is kind of interesting, but typically coax manufacturers will sell coax in spools of like 50 to 100 feet to 150 feet to 250 feet. It's usually like 50-foot sections. So that, which if you do my little equation with the wavelength, you're never going to get 50 feet. That's for sure. So you're going to want to trim your coax to make it more efficient. But if you run that 50 feet of coax at that length, you should not have a difference in match. And if you do, then that's something to do with either your antenna got knocked out of tune, or you got, your meter's getting fooled somehow. You got a bad reading on the meter. And I've seen that too. I've seen it where I had a higher SWR than I should, but when you put it on a bird meter, reading the true reflect, there was way less reflect than there should have been, for that high a match. So that's how I know for a fact that SWR meters don't always tell you the truth.
Oh, no, they
can lie.
Yeah. I'm running 50 feet on mine, and I'm not even close.
This one was lying yesterday.
Away from that, and I got it spread out across the deck so it's separated, not coiled up or anything like that, which I was told that you don't want to coil it up. But yet, underneath the hood of my truck, when I ran that 18-foot piece of coax from a fire stick, I stretched it back and forth across the fender well and everything like between each side of the engine compartment, and my match is perfect.
I just noticed I've had more viewers on my stream since I've been talking about velocity factors and coax length than I've ever seen on here at one time.
I listen every time it's up. I'm always on your stream because I hear your people more better than on Keyless at times since this MC's trying to talk.
But yeah, I'm gonna do a couple more videos too on antennas and a few different things. Coax connectors. I want to do a whole video on coax connectors because that's a big topic for me. A lot of people don't realize that coax connectors matter more a lot of the times than the type of coax you're using.
Funny you should say that.
Well, every time you add a connector, you get some loss. A coax connector has its own resistance and capacitance and inductance and loss.
And they have to be soldered correctly. Period. Super.
Well, I can argue that point a little bit. I've been doing this for 23 years, soldering coax up the way that I did yours, and the way that Rips and I did yours, and I've never had a problem doing it that way. A lot of people don't like crimp-on connectors. I love them. All of the jumpers in my shack have crimp-on connectors on them because it's small coax and it's super fucking easy to just solder in the end of the center conductor and crimp that sucker around the shield. And I've never had a problem with it doing that either.
Well, we found some issues here. Just so you know, we'll talk about it later.
Well, and I got the text message. But I can tell you, like, folding over the shield like that is not going to do anything different than soldering it to the side of the connector. If it's making a connection, it's grounded.
I didn't. Yeah, let's keep this off the air. This is, I'm not supposed to be talking about this part.
At that point, it's personal preference.
Well, and I'm going to go with the best way it can be done. I don't care if it's extra work or somebody says that's not necessary. If it's going to super protect things and I'm done, fucking around. I can only climb a tree once or twice. I can't be having somebody go up and down it every other week, because there's not enough something that wasn't, a little bit more solder would have taken care of the problem or whatever was going on. Not necessarily the bent over thing. That was just something he spoke about. Nobody said anything about it being done. We haven't opened it up to look to see what's been done yet, but it definitely is showing visual problems of not being completed, finished, all the way around the sides. He says, there's not a fucking drop of solder anywhere here. What's going on? I don't know. I'm not a solder expert. He said, neither is the person that did this. I said, okay, well, there was like several people here that were all working on it, so I don't really know who did that.
Well, the guy that did that is the guy that's getting a PhD in it.
Well, then maybe he needs to work on it a little bit more, but we'll talk to him about that when he's here, so we don't want to turn this into a bitch session, Roger. It's not about who's wrong or who's right. It's about doing it the best way that it needs to be done. That's all.
Well, then it is about who's wrong and who's right, because it's about how it's going to be done. If it's going to be done right or wrong, then that would mean that, I mean, they're kind of mutually exclusive there.
Right, but if two people are going to scrap about it, then it's not going to happen. I'm not going to let that go on. I'm not trying to make people get in a fight.
I don't know of anybody that's fighting about it.
It could turn into that if people weren't getting along and two people don't agree, so we don't want it to ever go that way, Roger.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I kind of let them take over when they were there that day, because too many chiefs makes problems.
And it all went wrong. Every bit of it. We are tuned to 26.204 or something like that right now, and that's as close to 27 megahertz as that thing is. And that's the bottom line at the moment. And we found a couple culprits that were in line while all that testing was going on that could have been involved with why the answers were coming out the way they were, and then I'll show you, but I have to show you. I love it. It's school for me. And I'm going to pass at the end of it, I'll tell you that. I will, for sure. I got lots of good teachers around me, and you're one of them. Don't tell anybody.
Well, what I've been trying to tell everybody is a lot of these people have been listening to the wrong sources. Or they're getting the same misinformation that's been passed down for decades.
I haven't talked to anybody, so. But I've heard, out here, different opinions, for sure. And a lot of people have a lot of problems with the radios, and, they don't want to deal with them. They're not going to go through all that and all that different things. Everybody has a different level of what their hobby is in this, I like it. I think it'll be good the day we have an earthquake and we all can communicate and all the other people are going, what happened? Well, we all know what's going on.
Well, it's getting a little late and I gotta work early in the morning, so I'm gonna head to bed. You guys have a good night.
Okay, we'll talk to you later.
Peace out, bro. Good talking to you.
Yeah, I gotta run down and check my mail real quick.
No, I'll be on the side here.
Yeah, I might run back here in a bit.
about that Oscar Mike? You out there? How about that Oscar Mike? You out there? Oh, well, I guess he ain't out there. Check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, 1, 2, 3, check. Audio. Audio. Check, check, check. Test 1, 2, 3. Audio. Audio. 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. Test. Test 1, 2, 3. Audio. 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 Hey there, Froggy. Test 1, 2, 3. Audio. Gosh darn it. Anyway.
everybody out there give up for the night?
past that 111 there one time. On the shoulder. Well, down at the 111, you guys got a bear sitting there on the shoulder there. All dark. Last word. It'll start getting shiny. Like it kind of already is. Northbound past the 111 there, sitting on his shoulder.
phone number. And now we have...
Can I go?
With every year.
Out there on this open road, and look at this. Fucking shitheads in the cars and stuff, huh? That's how I see it. The problem here is the fucking retarded ass lane restriction that the retardos fucking pass is what it is. That's the problem on stoopies. Stoopies, that's what happens when you get stoopies, man. Stoopies.
Westbound, we got one at the 103 center lane.
Lights on the deck. Rise and shine on the firing line.
Morning time, Mr. Big Bird.
Good morning, Air Gunner. Hear about that air crash down in Texas?
No, I did not.
It was the commemorative Air Force were doing an air show in Dallas, Texas, and they had a bunch of World War II airplanes there, which is what they do. And these planes are like fucking priceless, man. And they had a B-17 Flying Fortress, and it got collided with a P-63 King Cobra, hit that sucker dead center, broke it in half. They all came down and go boom.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it is. 6 dead. All of them were players in the game that I play. We had a big wing-up commemoration flyby yesterday. 600 players flying in formation. Been a hot topic of conversation.
I'm sure.
Target fixation, man. What happened is they were doing a low flyby. The B-17 was being practice target for a bunch of fighter planes, so they were doing demonstration attack runs on the B-17, and one of the guys fixated on the B-17 and ran right the fuck into it. Hit it right in the radio compartment, right behind the bomb bay. Boom, blew it, took the tail, the whole after section behind the wings, ripped it right off. There's video on TV, lots of video. They had 100 people taking pictures of the whole thing. You know how those things are. Those planes are so rare. They're like fucking priceless, man. They're pieces of living history.
Most of them got recycled in a beer can.
Yep, or sold around the world to other air forces where they used them up and threw them away. What makes Aces High so awesome? Aces High came out of Air Warrior, which was the first combat flight simulator online combat flight simulator deal, and Aces High is the best flight model in the business. If you go and you fly War Thunder or World of Warplanes and that kind of shit, and man, it's like a freaking arcade game. The planes are dorky feeling, they don't fly right. You know, and you go to IL-2, that's a different game, and it's a little better, and DCS is a little better, but Aces High is the best. Why is that? Because they're all hell, high-tech. Dale Adink lives in Texas, and he's a member of the freaking commemorative Air Force, so he has access to all those dudes that fly those planes, so they have the best flight model in the business. So when you fly the plane, it acts like the real plane, and this plane don't act like that plane, and it don't act like that plane, and that one flies different from this one, the way it's supposed to be, instead of like you go to War Thunder and they all fucking fly the same. Cool seeing 600 airplanes, 600 plus airplanes flying together in a formation.
Yeah, that's a lot.
None of them were in my squadron, so I didn't know them personally or anything. They were all players. Like
guy in that P-63, I know what happened. He target fixated, man, and it's happened to me in the game. You come swooping in on a target, and you're drilling in on that bad boy in your gun sight, and you squeeze your guns, and it's too late to move to another angle, so you end up hitting the dude.
Yeah, you're so busy aiming you forget to fly.
That's exactly it, and it happens all the time, man. And this is what happens in real life. In the game, you get a big bang, right? And you either die outright because you died in the collision, or you look to the left and your wing is gone, and down you're going down, you have to bail out. But in real life, bad shit happens. Supposed to go on the comment boards and say that it was target fixation, because some guys get really pissed at that. Supposed to have more respect for them. Not allowed to say that. Yeah, he fucked up. The video. He flew right into him. Look up Dallas Air Show air crash. Shame, man. Takes millions of man-hours to restore one of those planes to flying condition, you know? Especially the big ones with 4 engines.
Fucking plumber now.
Do that shit all the time, man. I'll pass by 25 feet away. I plug about 8 cannon shells into him, and he explodes, and I go by, hell, 25 feet away, you know? That's in a game.
From the comfort of your chair.
Roger. In World War II as well, it was a common problem. They tell you, do not fixate on the target. happens real quick when your closure rate is like 700 miles an hour. Yeah.
Morning.
Morning, Ranger.
It's dark and cold.
Morning, Ranger.
Good morning. Gosh, I went out there at 2:30 this morning. Everything was frozen.
It's supposed to be another nice day today. Once the frost melts.
Yep, this is awesome.
17 coming apart and coming down. And in the game, I see that all the time, you know, and the plane explodes, it blows into pieces and shit. And back in World War II, that shit hasn't been seen in real life. You know, you see it sometimes in old grainy pictures and shit, but man, this is high def. Dudes back in the war had balls of iron, dude. Sized air battle back in World War II, you'd have what, 15 or 20,000 guys in airplanes up there all at once, a mighty crowded sky.
feels like October out there. They're shutting down fishing today.
Well, I got my smoker built and tried it out yesterday.
Oh, did you? Did it work good?
Yeah, it did.
How'd you build it?
2x3s, fence pickets, leftover plywood, just whatever I could find out there.
Oh, Roger.
Ain't the prettiest thing I ever built, but it's goddamn functional.
You have what do you have for a firebox?
I bought a smoke tube that runs on pellets.
Oh, Roger.
It's a cold smoker, not a hot smoker.
I gotcha. Put a propane burner in there to finish it off.
No, you fill the tube full of pellets and you light the end of it with a torch and let it burn for about a minute. And you blow the flame out and just lay it in on the bottom rack and put your shit in and close it up.
Yeah. Okay. So you get smoke on it, but it just stays raw?
Yeah, it's a cold smoker.
Okay.
I'm smoking cheese.
Oh, I thought you were smoking fish.
No, it'll smoke fish too. It's not uncommon to cold smoke fish.
Yeah, but you throw heat in there at the end to cook it.
Well, from what I've read, a lot of times, well, not as much in Washington State because we have so many salmon, but when you buy smoked salmon, it's smoked and vacuum packed, like the Jews buy for mixing in their lox. It is not cooked. It is cold smoked. It's still raw. The brine and the smoke take care of all the bacteria.
Okay.
I've never personally done it. I know I've eaten cold smoked salmon before. I've never personally cold smoked salmon, but
I've done tons of it.
Yeah, you hot smoked though, right?
Both. I was in a smoker 2 days ago, 3 days ago. I walked
tin smoker that had nothing but bellies hanging in it, strips. Had the wood stove outside. He had 5 days of cold smoke on it, and he was just lighting the propane.
I have a small wood stove. I always planned to make one of those.
Yeah, you still got to put heat in there at the end.
Give that little wood stove just for that purpose.
Yeah, that's why it's a 7-day adventure.
Well, cheese only smokes for about between 3 and 5 hours. So.
Right, that's totally different than you wouldn't want to put that in your fish smoker anyway, unless you really like fish.
I am going to have to knock. I just took some fence pickets and bucked them down short, and Brad nailed them to the top for a lid because I hadn't figured out what I want to do for the lid yet, for the top of it. So I'm still going to have to build a lid that works better, but it's got 4 16 by 10 racks in it, and then a 16 by 10 rack in the bottom. I left the bottom open, so if the smoke tube decides it wants to roll out any hot coals or ash or anything like that, it can just fall onto the ground. And I have to build a lid so I can get a little bit better draft. It smoked heavy, but I don't think I had quite enough venting in the top. I need to find a fucking junk old one of them Weber ball barbecues so I can steal the little adjustable vent flapper out of it and the thermometer.
Talking about those round red ones?
Oh, any old kind. I just need one that's got the round flap vent that you can open and close on it, and a thermometer, and I'll just rob both of those out and install them.
Yep. I just threw away one of those red ones, round red ones. I was going to use it in the smoker out here because they're good. They're good for what you're talking about, cold smoking.
Yeah, make a good firebox. I ran this one for 4.5 hours with the cheese. I ran it for 5 hours, 4 hours with the cheese in it. I played it with it for a half an hour beforehand, and it smoked for another half an hour after that. And it only got 1 degree above outside temperature. So it truly is cold smoking it. And if I need to run heat on it, if I decide to smoke some salmon and I need to run heat on it, I'll just bring it in and put it in the oven. If you're smoking chum, you need to do that to get some of the oils out anyway. Or smoke it for 2 days. Check the tribe schedule and see when they're beach singing out there at Hoodsport and go out and get me a couple of nice little hens. And I'll smoke them up and see what happens. start working till fucking Camelchi.
Oh man, my truck's like either big, yeah, it gets freaking hot.
That's the way my Ford is. By the time you get to fucking Chevron up there, you're turning it down.
Yeah, that's the way mine is. My Chevy, you just doesn't take long. You're turning the fan down, then you turn the heat down, cracking the window.
How about it, G-Man? You out here this morning?
My tinnitus is just going today, man.
Mine was yesterday. Bad enough that I couldn't understand the wife she was talking to, and I couldn't hear a fucking thing she said.
Wish I knew what triggers that.
Barometric pressure change. Mine flares up and down right before the weather shifts.
Could be, sounds reasonable.
Supposedly, if you do riboflavonoids, it'll take a lot of that away.
This Maxi Track Smart Battery Box Power Center.
For your boat?
Yeah, I'm it's a plastic battery box, and it has the pass-throughs in the top, so you can just hook up the battery to the top, and the pass-throughs are right there, so you don't have to open the box to hook up the battery. And it's got two 50-amp Anderson connectors on it, and it has, it has a cigarette lighter plug built into it, and a double USB connector, and a voltmeter. A resettable.
How about it, Mr. Ed? You on your way to work yet?
Make one of these out of a plastic battery box, and it cost me more than this one.
Oh, did I crap out? I said, how about it, Mr. Ed? You on your way to work yet?
So I couldn't buy all this shit.
Coming out of the driveway now.
For that same price.
Yeah, it'd probably be pretty close to the same price, yeah. And then you got your labor to do it and build it, and then if you fuck it up, you gotta start over.
It's 23 degrees.
Roger.
Yeah, I checked my phone before I went out. It said 26 here or so. And that's usually taken down by the school.
If you need any solder or whatever.
Yeah, mass-produced shit has a habit of getting cold solder joints.
Yeah, yesterday kind of sucked with all the fog. I didn't like that. Especially being like 28 degrees on 304th and foggy.
That.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it didn't feel too slick when I was leaving yesterday, but yeah, it was foggy as hell, especially when I got over to Frederickson, it was even worse.
At $50, I think I'm gonna grab that.
Yeah, it cleared out pretty nice yesterday. So by the time I got over to Port Orchard, it was sunny.
Had it Sunday. I was out there measuring stuff and checking on stuff yesterday.
Yeah, I was just watching the news before.
About time to get that bitch in the water.
Fog in this area
Pretty soon.
this morning.
I saw the same one I got, the green one, pontoon boat, Colorado XT for $300 on Craigslist in University Place.
Yeah, I might have to open up the cabinet door in the bathroom down here so pipes don't freeze. All the pipes are on the outside walls, and you know, there's crying so much on my walls.
Because they're here in Seattle, you know?
Yeah, Tim.
Or Bellevue or wherever the fuck they're at, but they're here in the Northwest.
Is this mic acting up? I can't tell. I got a cat in the way of my windows.
Fish finder, shopping for fish finders. Looks like I can get a whole fish finder set of pretty good quality for $200.
Is this mic acting up at all? I can't tell. I got a cat sitting on top of the radio in front of my 3-window.
For putting the transducer down on the water and all that crap.
Yeah, for a pump.
This is that Turner that 188 gave me that, you know, would cut out every now and then, but it's been working pretty well the last, I don't know, week or so.
Yeah, it sounds good.
They make a Bluetooth one that goes to your cell phone yet? I'm sure they do.
Oh yeah, they make those, yeah. Don't need that.
I should get out that Turner I got from 522 and hook that thing up to my Galaxy and see how that thing's doing. I haven't talked on that for a while.
What is it?
What kind is it?
What kind it is?
I don't remember the model number, but you remember that it's black with the chrome mic head on it?
Oh, that's right, that special edition one. Yeah, that one's in good shape, at least body-wise it is.
I have several of them in my list here. They're all Garmin. Garmin Striker Vivid 4.
That's the one you're looking at?
Yeah. It's got the clear view, so you can actually almost get like...
Yes, probably sandbagging. I keyed up for G when I first got down here, I don't know, 20 minutes ago or so, and no response. I'm going to be getting out of here pretty quick. It's almost 5 o'clock.
Which one is it?
Yeah, I didn't even hear Cruise this morning. Usually Cruise goes through here. you know, I don't know, 4:45 or so, he's going through McKenna.
159.99. All the rest of the crap, the boom arm to put it, the transducer down in the water, and the holder for the thing so I can put it where I can see it, and it's like all of that's like about $200.
So I blew a hydraulic line on my truck yesterday. Went into the shop and to get it fixed, and they didn't.
I'm gonna use all Scotty mounts and shit, so everything's all the same, so I can move shit around as I want it.
And that they got it fixed, so I don't have to screw around for a truck this morning.
I'm surprised that they don't make your hoses for you right there at their shop. Well, they probably do, don't they?
Yeah, they do, and they had spools of every size except that one. But the funny thing is, every truck in our yard's got 25 feet or so of that hose on it to hook.
Reviews are pretty good, 4.7 out of 5, so people are happy with it. 1,300.
Because every truck has 25 feet on it.
That means they should have a spool on the rack and a spool by.
Does it have GPS capability too?
Yeah, I won't be using that.
I don't think you're going to
Well, these kids, they weren't too interested in my lap earlier, and of course, you know, I'm getting ready to, they must sense it, get ready to go out, and all of a sudden they decide they want a lap time, so they're all cuddled up on my lap here, pulling away.
So did you watch the news? The Ingram High School students protested over that shooting the other day, and they have protested the school and marched around, and they're demanding that no police. They don't want any police, and they want a ban on assault weapons.
Yeah, and the other kid that they interviewed said, yeah, we need to make it harder for teenagers to get guns. It's like, you stupid fucker. It's already illegal for teenagers to have guns.
Right, and the shooting did it with a pistol, not an assault weapon. They were led by adults on that whole program.
Oh yeah, their answer was, it was funny listening to their answer. Even the teachers, the inmates of the asylum, you know, said, yeah, we need more counselors and more teachers of color because they had disproportionate more students of color than they do teachers. And I said, well, that should fix everything. We'll talk about it after everybody gets shot, and we'll hire more teachers based on race, not by ability. Shit sounds like a win-win to me.
Right. Kind of a joke.
And I'm not quite sure that their numbers aren't skewed anyway. Well, maybe in the inner cities there might be more people of color than Caucasian kids. I don't know for sure. I'm not up there, but yeah, I mean, you know, if you're going to match it, where do you quit? Well, let's say we got 3% Pacific Islanders, so 3% of the teachers have to be Pacific Islanders. 11% of the kids are black, so 11% of the teachers have to be black. 23% students are white, so 23% of the teachers need to be white. I mean, where do you stop at? After you get all 180 nations in there represented?
And the depth, and so you run your downrigger down and you pass right by them, right? I like that. And tells you how big the fish is.
Teenage teenage kids that you can't discipline because it's illegal. And once you took corporal punishment out of school, I mean, we got rowdy when we were in high school, but, if we got caught, there was a consequence, and it was a paddle, and he was usually from the PE teacher who's in pretty good shape, so you really didn't want to ever get caught, so typically he didn't act up as much, but that's what I found out anyway when I was growing up, because I got it a couple times. Once from Mr. Meyerhoff in 8th grade, he was the wrestling coach. I never wanted to get another hack from him again. And once was Mr. Michelle, social studies teacher, but man, that guy, he would always brag about his golf swing, and after I got 2 hacks from him, it was at the same city, and it was a double swat because I was extra bad. I never wanted to have that happen again either.
Right. I got paddled a few times, no doubt about it. It wasn't funny, but the principal at our school had a paddle made by the wood shop teacher, big old wood paddle with holes drilled in it. It wasn't fun.
Yeah, I think that trailer, I'd like to convert the sides, take them, press both sides and get some thin wall, either aluminum diamond plate or maybe some kind of a thin stainless and sheets and do it out of that. That would actually pick up at least an inch on the inside by doing that.
That actually is not a bad idea at all. And like I say, I'd take, instead of that slide down door, fixed door, make a gate out of it that folded down so it would be a ramp. That would open that up a little bit too.
Yeah, I think there might be brackets back there for that. I don't remember if there's a rod back there, but it was designed so that way you could do that, and that would be the way to go. It would actually make a pretty decent trailer because, with it being suspended, on suspension like that, and then find some kind of wheels that would actually work besides those painted black ones if your guy really wanted to dress it up, you know what I mean?
Right.
You got my graph paper out here, and I'm designing a panel to have my...
I think that's a Hyundai, either Hyundai or
the side over here, so
or a Suzuki.
Forward and steer with
wheels. I'm not sure what he told me. I know they're 15-inch tires. They're nice-sized tires for that little trailer.
Yeah, it towed really nice with my quad in it.
Making the panel.
Probably bounced around quite a bit on the way over there, though, onto your place before you got wind in it.
Not real bad. I mean, a little bit on the dirt road, but not real bad, no.
A 6-foot Morse cable.
I think
$60 for that.
it's towed pretty good because it's got the full-size tires on it.
Like I said, I've yet to use that thing. I've had it over 2.5 years, and I haven't used it once. That's why I said I was glad to see somebody was able to use it.
The 40 motor, the 40-pound thrust motor, because it has a 36-inch shaft, and there was a lot.
I don't know who's what are you talking about, mine or Mr. Ed's?
The 30 was too short because the motor mount sits kind of high on the Colorado, not like the 30 inches are made for a kayak.
Must not be me. He didn't answer.
It's down low to the water.
Make it to the Roy Y yet?
36 shaft only came on the 40-pound motors.
Did you make it to the Roy Y yet?
I'm going down. I used to go down 8th Avenue East and cross over Mountain Highway there by Walmart. Take 192nd right to my shop. I'd probably be at Mountain Highway already, but I got some slowpoke that wants to do 42 miles an hour.
Pretty foggy out there?
No, actually it's not foggy at all.
The fog freezing through the windshield in Chehalis, morning time.
Aluminum angle that I'll get down at a Home Depot, and I'll use that and U-bolts to bolt it to the...
You headed north on I-5 or south on I-5?
One more time, there's a question about I-5.
You going north or south?
Holes in the pontoons. Nothing I'm really worried about, man.
It's south from Highway 6, the Adna Highway, yeah. And then, I had to pull over before that, and then I had to pull over on Highway 12 because the fog was freezing on the windshield.
Figure 2 rails on either side will hold all the shit that I needed to hold.
I'm guessing your defroster's not working with the crap.
No, it's fog wiping it away with the delay on the wipers, and then it's just building up, pretty soon it wouldn't wipe it off anymore. It takes water, or what do you call it, antifreeze, which you put in your windshield washer fluid, 15 below. Yeah, I didn't put it in yet.
All right, Roger that. Who we got out there?
There's myself, 468.
Well, morning time, 468. I don't know if I've talked to you before, but you got Smuggler. I'm over here in Roy area.
Yeah, I've heard ya. I just heard your name. No, I've never spoken to you. I'm here in Monty Dock, up on the hill. I just got home.
Well, you enjoy your day. I'm about ready to take off. I was just getting ready to shut this thing down. I got to head into Sumner. That's where our shop is. So, anyway, have a good one. Stay safe out there.
Back at you. You are 5.6 here.
Well, you're damn near in the red here. I think I got you at a good solid 9, so I don't know what you're running, but whatever it is, it's definitely working.
It's good enough, huh? I'm swinging, let's see, I'm about 175.
Yeah, I'm just running the radio here. I got a 2995. It puts out about 100 and a half. But that's all I'm running here is just the radio.
So you're where? You say Roy?
Yeah, I'm between Roy and Yelm. I'm in McKenna, it's a Roy address, but I'm probably a half mile from McKenna there, heading towards Eatonville on the Eatonville-McKenna Highway. If you get to the Chevy dealer there, you hang depending on which way you're going, you turn there at the Chevy dealer, you go about a half mile down that way by Hearts Lake Road, and I'm right in there.
Yeah, I know what the way. And that's Smuggler, okay? Yeah, Oscar Mike, 468. I'd like to shoot the shit, so that's what I'm going by now.
All right, well, have a good one.
You too, Smuggler. Clear.
All right, Ed, if you're still out there, I'm gonna get out of here. I don't know, you probably couldn't hear Oscar out there, right?
I'm over here by Walmart. I'm having a hard time hearing it, but I got about 5 pounds of RF in my radio right now.
All right, well, I'm out of here. Drive safe today. Try not to track too much mud on Meridian.
Right. All right, you have a good day, Smuggler, and I'll talk to you later.
orange juice and black licorice.
My favorite combination. Morning, Sky.
Good morning, air gunner.
Morning, Sky.
Top of the day, Big Bird. A little bit chilly this morning, guys.
Yep, it is.
23 on the shop, that's what it says out here.
Whoa, I didn't need to know numbers.
Well, it's that time of year, you know.
Yeah, Roger. I still got to figure out how I screwed up the coach battery system on this thing. I used to have everything working in here, but me and my infinite wisdom fucked it up.
Well, what did you do? We're all waiting to hear.
I tried to install the stereo so it would be off the key instead of having the ignition switch run the stereo system in the vehicle, in the motorhome. Well, I didn't know about all these charging situations and the latching solenoids in there, and oh man, I fucking got a wire rat's nest from hell going on. And then and this thing is so old, trying to find the schematics on it online is nearly impossible. You wouldn't think something only, 87? Something like that. 97. Yeah, you would be able to find information on it.
It's not like motorhomes had a real consistent way of wiring them back in the day either.
Yeah, they bought the chassis from Ford, and then the manufacturer, like Fleetwood or Rambler or whatever, put their own design on the chassis, and so finding the wiring is like impossible.
Sounds like no fun to me.
But I got it to run anyway, so the chassis part charges itself and runs fine, but the house, I got to start up the generator to get the fan going for the heater in here.
And they tend to hide everything in a bad spot, too.
Oh yeah, there's so many relays, and oh man, they're not. Anyway, woe is me. I'll figure it out. I'm a smart dude. And I'm going to make some coffee right now, so I'll be back.
nifty thing for stuff like that. It's like a test light, only it goes beep. It's an audible signal instead of a little light that goes on. Actually, they have a light too. But you hook that up with your alligator clip from one side to the other side, and then you go to the other end of the thing wherever the supply is, and you have all the power turned off, and you disconnect the wire, and you put your power to one wire and the next wire, and you hit that wire, it'll go beep, point on the other thing over there, so you know that's the one, so you can mark that.
Power probe. You can excite the circuit with it and make sure the circuit works.
Find where the wiring goes, and like in a mess that you don't know where anything goes.
I've got a couple of those. I've got the signal generator. You clip to the just snaps over the outside of the wire and sends a pulse down it. You can track the wire, find a break.
Roger. The drawer full of that stuff.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, Gunner, my power supply still works like it's brand new.
How about that? I must have built it correctly.
Yeah, I just want you to know I think the 2 extra power supplies that I have up in the closet in case one went bad, I don't think I'm ever going to end up using them.
I hope not.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Well, I always strive to do it correctly the first time. I don't like doing it the second time, you know.
You know, another compliment that I'll throw your way would be to say I think mine was, I don't think the first prototype, I could be wrong, you'll correct me, but it might have been the second one. And it's still built just as good as the last one you did.
Yours was number 3, number 1 sitting right here on my shelf.
Oh, where did 2 go?
I think number 2, I don't know. I'll have to think about that.
Didn't you go to Paradise?
I don't know if I did yours before I did Cutter's. I think I did, I built one for you, one for Cutter, Vader, Rubber Snake, the brothers. The brothers may have got the second one. I don't know, I did 11 of them.
To me, that's kind of amazing, you know. I mean, you didn't start out going, I think I'll build, you know, I don't know, 5, 10 of these little fuckers. I think I'll build a whole bunch of gaggle of them and I'll sell them to all my friends. Yeah, that sounds like something fun to do. And then you went to town, right? No, you didn't think like that.
No, I started out building one because I needed a fucking power supply. I wanted to push my four-pill a little harder, and I only had an 80-amp power supply that did 70 continuous, and I wanted a little bit more, and I wanted to be able to bring my voltage up because my other supply was at 12.7 volts continuous, and I wanted to get it up to 14 and push this box. And I accomplished what I was after. And it turned out so well, I built another one. And that turned out so well, I built you one.
And then the rest of them heard me just bragging about it and yakky-jacking, and they couldn't stand it. They needed one too.
And Cutter wanted one, so I built him one. And then Vader, and then Rubber Snake, and yeah, I built a bunch of them bastards. Meanwhile, I was taking burned up power supplies and rehabbing them into regular power supplies, switching. Did one of them for Cutter, one for Dirt Duck. And lights. I built that little power supply with a 2-pill in it for myself, and then sold it to Humbug.
Well, I gave you a casing.
And I turned it into a power supply and sold it to somebody.
Good morning, BS. Good morning, 531. I heard you, but I don't know. Gunner, did you hear when 531 said he thought you had sold one to Paradise?
He must have gave that one to Cutter, and then Cutter gave it to, I don't know. I'm just surmising.
No, I talked about it. Paradise never came up with any money. Cutter may have sold him one.
Boy, I made some friends yesterday morning. They showed up with a hot, steaming pot of coffee for Shazam. She's sleeping in a car. Oh, she gave me such a good hug.
Going to give you or tell you a testimony of your power supply use for I can't remember, it might have been yesterday, if you want.
Well, I appreciate the sentiment. Not really necessary. I'm not an attaboy kind of guy, but...
Well, I don't ever, my power supply sits... I built a shelf, and so it's not on the floor, but it's on the I guess you could call it the bottom shelf of so it's on the floor. And then above it is my 2 big amplifiers, and then above that is the radio, and then my Ameritron, which has, 4 pills, as you'd say, in it. And then my bird meters. And then above that is my 775 and the speaker, and then the 706 is on top of that. So, I was on 20 meters, so I'm running my spider beam, probably quarter wave, 3-element, 20-meter wires. And when I do that, I take the radio up to 80% on sideband, and I don't run the tube amps because I don't want to retune them, and so that cranks everything up on the 4-pill. And so when I keyed up and talked into Alaska, I was pegging out my 1,000-watt meter. That amplifier doesn't even go that. I don't know why, because I'm watching my reflect and I don't have none coming back. But either way, I was getting some whammy jammy on the peaks of my audio, and all of that was going through your power supply, both the radio and the amp kicking ass, and running it off of a 20-amp circuit. And no lights fluttered, nothing happened. I didn't talk for as long as I'm talking now, but, it works really well.
Thank you. Yeah, the one I've got here has been running for 12 months. I haven't even turned it off in 12 months. Wait, this is November, 13 months.
Well, that's a question, and I don't have any proof in my career of radio one way or the other. But you know, I turn it off. But I turn everything off when I'm not in here, so I don't know which way is better to leave it. I know that the electric bill prefers it to be turned off.
It shouldn't be drawing anything if you ain't running.
It's funny, I don't know how anybody else's cave looks, but around this cave, not just mine here, the whole house, when the lights are actually off, it's like they're not really off. You know, it's like, there's like so many things that have little LED lights on them, and then the girl's got to have light to walk in the dark, you know, so I don't know. So it's pretty colorful in here, all through the whole house.
Those are called power vampires, like your cell phone chargers plugged in the wall, TVs and shit that ain't being used.
And I want to say one other thing, and then I'll be quiet for a while, but I do get to enjoy the house being decorated for all the holidays, whichever one it is, or season of the year. The motif changes. My bed stays the same, but the living room did really do a huge change around with a new couch, new location, and all that stuff. I'm like, oh, you know, so it's different.
You have to walk into shit in the dark.
You have to put up Christmas lights?
No.
We do that the day after Thanksgiving around here.
Think about how much pot you could grow with all them Christmas lighting.
Well, don't you remember? I did that already. I bought all that shit, and then I grew that weed, and I decided I don't like doing it anymore. It's too much work. It's a hassle. It takes up too much space, even with my little tent. So I gave it all to frickin' 522, and he probably sold it and got rich.
Oh, he's using it. I just seen James last month. Me and Shazam went over and visited him in, oh shit, I forgot her name.
Amy.
Roger that. G-Man.
Dang, what you gotta do to BS?
When was that? Last night? Well, I'm new at the CB radio, so I'll have to figure it out.
Oh, cool. Here's an adapter that goes on my 20-volt Craftsman batteries, and it changes it. It's got a transformer that transfers it to 13.8 volts, 10 amps. Very cool. So I could use my 20-volt Craftsman battery to power a small radio.
That's cool. There you go.
Oh, that's cool.
Are you out there, G-Man?
Yeah, I'm just listening this morning. I'm still kind of sipping on my first cup of coffee, so I'm trying to wake up.
Oh, bullshit. You're doing quick little words there a couple of times to see if I was going to pick up on if it was you or not, which I did. And you already missed your brother who was looking for you this morning. You didn't get up in time.
No, I didn't get in here until about 25 till, I think it was. I've just been in here a couple minutes. I mean, well, maybe a little bit more than a couple minutes. I was, I was here during the power supply count.
I hope it didn't bother you that I was doting on Gunner over his power supplies, because, I don't own anything that you built, so I can't talk about it.
Coffee time. Oh, that's no problem. No, I'm glad. I'm glad you were giving him kudos. If a sale falls through, I'm going to try to get this other amplifier I found on Facebook.
Well, that sounds exciting, but really I should be asking you, did you make it out to get your propane tank and some cedar? I'm going to say you didn't, but I'm hoping you did. Kind of like I was hoping to, never mind.
Well, let me tell you, you know why I didn't go yesterday?
Yeah, no, something happened, but I don't know what.
Well, the Chico the mill over there off of Chico Way or whatever it is, they were closed yesterday, so I go, well, maybe I should wait till today.
That's probably the best reason of all. But yeah, and that makes sense because I think they're open on Sundays, for all of the weekend warriors.
No, they're actually closed Sunday, Monday. They're open Tuesday through Saturday. But it's really ironic is it's the same exit I have to take to go to get that tank. I mean, it's like perfect.
That's interesting, because that's even better than what I was thinking, but yesterday when I sent it, I thought, well, this is right over there in Bremerton, and you're somewhere over there. At least you're going to be in the same direction, right? I mean, even if it was that, on one side of town from the other, that's, it's not Shelton into Bremerton. That's excellent.
Yeah, and the cedar's $1.89 a linear foot, so I'll probably need a couple $1,000 worth. That should be enough for a couple of my projects.
And you'll be able to haul all that in your little trailer along with the tank?
I'll get it on there somehow. It'll just take a lot of straps.
Well, that's where I bought all my fencing material, and I don't have nothing bad to say about it. It was good material.
So you go all the way through Bremerton, huh? Like heading towards Silverdale and a few exits and right in there, huh? That's basically where I'm thinking it's at.
Yep, you're right.
Okay, just wanted to confirm.
Alrighty, I made it back.
Hey, Chico, is the exit after the Winco exit?
Morning time, G-Man.
Good morning.
The exit after the Auto Mall Road?
Copy, okay. Yeah, I didn't know how long that Chico Way was, if it wrapped around and went different direction or not. I don't know that area too well.
Well, I didn't know it at all, and as much
as I hate it, Google Maps took me right there because it's not a hard one to find. Man, I'm sure glad that worked out. I'm not really good for a lot anymore, but I was good for that anyway.
Yeah, and they sell that siding 6-foot sections, 8-foot sections, I think 12 and 18. So, I mean, worst case scenario, I can just get a bunch of 8-footers. You know, either way, it doesn't matter. I'll stagger the butts. Well, I might get 8 and 12s. That'd even work better.
Well, where do you build and what are you putting siding on?
Well, I'm going to do my RV, my square metal post RV cover. I'm going to put a hat channel on the sides and screw OSB to it, and then put cedar siding on it and make it look like a cedar carport. So that's one project. And then my other project is I got a 10 by 12 or 10 by 12 barn style shed that my builder gave me. So I drug it over, put it on one of my pads for now. And I ripped off all the siding that he had on it, which was that crappy cement siding. It was kind of just like fell off, and I'm going to put all nice cedar on that and paint all the trim up white so it matches everything else. Probably wire it and put some porch lights on it and put a real door on it and go, there you go, Jeremy, there's a place for you to sleep during hunting season.
So what's the size of that gambrel roofed shed?
The barn one?
Yeah, that's I can't say it right now. Gambrel roof or whatever, something like that. Somebody else can correct me on the pronunciation of it. That's the name of that type of a roof.
Yeah, it's the one that's like 9 by 9 or 10 by, I think it's 9 foot by 12 foot. And then the end, it's pretty tall too. I mean, you can get a whole loft in there, so it's probably, at least 12 to 14 feet tall to the very peak inside.
Well, I built a 10 by 20, and then I put the loft in it, and I'm quite proud of it. I can't believe I fucking built that thing. But anyway, now my hope is that I'll never have to live in it.
Right. Well, I can put a little money into this one since he gave it to me. I'm sure he's got a lot of few favors, but, you know, whatever. And then yesterday I built a little 4 by 6 little generator shed that I got the rafters on it and stuff, but I haven't got the roof covered on it yet. I'll probably put cedar siding around that, and then the big propane tank will sit next to that, and then that'll be my backup power at this place here.
Alright, well there's a couple of really important things to consider in the layout of that.
Let's hear it, because I was just going to put it wherever I wanted, so yeah, let's just let me know.
Well, really everything, even Maytag's, electric dryers requires air to operate, and the generator needs to have airflow around it, and you need to think about where it's exhausting at. And then in relationship to where it's exhausting at, the propane tank needs to be in a location where if there was a leak on it, and it's never going to happen, but you don't want the gas that's heavier than air dropping down off the tank right over the top of the exhaust of the generator, which I think that common sense would have kept you from doing that maybe. But you need plenty of airflow around that generator for everything.
Oh, I thought you had some technical information for me. You know, like how to hook the proper way to hook the gas line up or something like that.
Well, plumber for that. He knows as much as I do, maybe more. So you're covered on that part.
Okay, I just didn't know you were going to tell me a bunch of common sense stuff. That's like giving me directives.
Well, I apologize. It's just that I've walked into a couple of houses before and seen the gas water heater, in the basement with no vent pipe connected to it at all. So sometimes you just got to make sure.
Okay, because that's almost like telling me, hey, the hole that the exhaust is going to go out, make sure you turn the generator the right way so the exhaust is facing towards that hole and not the other wall that doesn't have the hole in it.
That would be important.
Did you hear all that?
Don't point that exhaust towards where you're living, because you'll hear it and smell it.
Yeah, don't put the exhaust, don't port it under the house.
You got to remember, G, common sense isn't common anymore.
I know. I already knew all that as he told me. I thought he was going to tell me something good. But anyway, thanks for looking out for me, Brother Sledge.
Well, you laugh, but the last generator that I just hooked up a couple of weeks ago, it was all cattywampus when I got there. I had to freaking, have him rearrange everything so that it would be right. So, and he was a construction guy. So, you're my friend. I hate to admit it sometimes, but I just got to look out for you.
I mean, at least you could tell me something like, sometimes those might be left-handed threads, so don't booger up the threads trying to screw it on right hand.
Well, you already know that. You've disconnected a propane tank before.
You guys can laugh, but I had my old generator in a building with a 2-inch gap all the way around up on top for ventilation. I worked for over 20 years. I put this new one in there and fuck, it lasted about 2 minutes before it shut off.
And now you reminded me also, the generator that I was talking about with the 24-foot barbecue hose, she was planning on setting that son of a bitch inside the garage and running it because she doesn't want nobody to steal it. And she lives in that frickin' neighborhood over here in Gig Harbor that's got a security guard at the frickin' main gate frickin' taking your ID to get in there, and she's thinking someone's gonna steal it. I'm like, the hell you say?
Well, see, that was some good information because that was the ID, inside diameter fuel consumption, so that was some good info on that one. Would the CO2 shut your generator off, Richard?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, the carbon monoxide, yeah.
Bypass it.
Damn. I just made the front of the building louver. It works now. Roger, yeah.
You want to get real stealthy, you run your exhaust through a water system, so it silences even more.
Why would I want to silence it? I'll just point it into me. Hopefully they'll move.
Yeah, 10 and the guy who got his shit stuck, taking the stump out.
You run into all kinds of newfangled shit these days. That was pretty funny. How do you get back unstuck? And many buddies go up on a T-post in the ground and come along and help.
That would have been worse just sitting there watching with a cup of coffee.
Oh, if we would have had time.
good battery bank set up here. I watched TV for 2 days with this battery bank, and it's still putting out with a 2-pill on it.
Hey, BS.
Yeah, G.
I thought you were going to ask me, well, what kind of amplifier are you looking at?
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry. Because I was on a roll about the other and I skipped over that. I was going to come back to it and then I forgot. Oh, fuck, I hate when that happens. Hey, G-Man, what kind of amplifier are you looking at? Something really nice like it's got good old school tubes in it or what? I mean, inquiring minds want to know, and I'm at the front of the fucking line, buddy.
Well, it's an old school tube, but it's you haven't seen the one I have here. I don't think I sent you any pictures of it, but it's a Wizard, right? A Wizard build. So I'm always communicating with Tony station. So it's a 3 CX. So it's one box, probably 2 foot by 20 or 2 by 2.
I'll have to get you home after I get loaded and peel off and see where you're at.
It's a nice little amplifier.
Shouldn't catch you on the way back.
There's Alan. He'll start building me another one.
And I told Nick I'd be there about 7, around 7, a little after, so
That's just
there you go. I know he won't be there
He still has that amplifier. I don't know. I can't remember if he still has it or not. But he used to use it, and then it became his driver. For a bigger setup.
No later than 7:45, I would think.
Cool. But where it probably needs 220, and where are you gonna put it? Are you gonna build a little shed outside for it?
No, I'm going to put it under my cabinet up there. But I'm all wired. I mean, when I built that place, I built it for amplifier. I actually built it for 220, or 2 amplifiers that both running off at 220. So, I mean, I'm set up for the station. I just got to wait for the right amplifier. Basically, that cabin up there was going to be a radio room.
this truck's got the same headlight system I got.
The whole panel box full of circuit breakers. I mean, it's like has every.
Yeah.
Well, there again, common sense. But, I know that you really like to tout your CB heritage, and you are very tenacious about not wanting to give that up.
Alright, we're going to get different.
But what you talk about in your little shed is air circulation, heat, most importantly, fan noise. So sometimes when you put that right underneath where you're sitting with your microphone, but then that would be the traditional classical CB sound, I guess, so it's okay at the end of the day.
Actually, I think it'll be quieter from that station. That station has a lot of fan noise anyways. Don't you hear it half the time I'm keyed up?
Well, yeah, if I'm listening to it, but, I overcome that by, one, not wearing my hearing aids and not turning my volume up too high with my headphones on, and then also being very attentive to everything that you're saying, hanging on every word, so I'm really focused.
Okay, can you hear fan noise off of this station?
Yeah, I hear a little bit. I could even see it if I zoom in on your signal.
Oh, you can? Okay. Well, I didn't know you could hear this one, but it's only and this is basically the same box with a big squirrel fan on the back, and it's only 18 inches from my radio, or maybe 2 foot at the most.
The description I would use for the fan noise is more like not a fan as much to me as it sounds like a bearing. I mean, they don't have that. That's just how I would describe it.
it sounds like a bearing. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's actually really quiet. I'm kind of surprised.
Well, it is pretty quiet, I'll admit. I guess it is fan noise. I should keep my descriptions to myself and pay attention to my hearing. But that is good. I can't remember what kind of microphone you like to use. And whether are you a gunner talker where you sit in your chair 2 feet away from the microphone and you just key down and talk, or what?
Oh no, I hold my mic and I set the base on my belly, and the mic's like an inch to 2 inches away from my mouth. I just let it. It's sitting right here, close.
I have a foot pedal and a mic stand. Like I'm a rock star.
My feet are up on my desk, I'm just kicked back.
I'm a little collection of bandanas going on my mic stand here so I can look like David Lee Roth. You know what I don't understand about myself is that I'm using a desk mic too, and if I sit closer because I'm too lazy to repair my long patch cord for this microphone so I could lay back in the recliner, and do what you said you're doing. So I sit close enough and I just hold it like I am, and talk close to it. But I don't understand why I don't hook up my frickin' boom and my studio mic, and so I can do exactly like what you're saying there, fight through. And except for when I lay back in the recliner with the studio mic, I gotta disconnect the foot pedal and hook up my hand, plunger and use that. But I don't know why I don't set that all back up. I get lazy.
Well, that's what I was visualizing. You just kick back in your office chair there with that boom right in front of you with your headset on, and you kick back watching the screen on the computer. That's kind of what I was visualizing.
You can make a little holder on the footrest so you can put your foot pedal there and you can just kick it when you're laid back. I'll send you a picture so you can see. But don't be disappointed, okay? Because I don't have any makeup on.
Well, don't worry. I'm not going to send you a picture. I don't even have any pants on.
You might like that. Out of the corner and from through the woods, across the ghetto to this big camp, or the base, or the fort. Yeah, the fort. What's going on, Rubber Snake? Good morning, guys. Yeah, I was just listening to all you guys talking about this and that. Well, you've had a couple of days off, and been quiet. It's your turn. Please, could you tell me a story? I don't have no stories. None at all. Good morning, Rubber Snake. 531.
Nothing exciting happened over the weekend?
Nothing. Mom got the flu.
Oh boy.
Wait a minute. Which flu? Because there's a lot of those kind of flus. Which one was it?
Just the regular old flu, runny nose, standard old shit. Did she blame it on you?
No, she didn't. That was a wonder.
Wow, that's good.
Well, next Wednesday is the last day, BS. Oh, no way. You're gonna retire? No, the grandkid's dad comes and picks them up, and they're gonna live in Eatonville.
You just said you didn't have no story, and this is monumental stuff. This is big. Are you saying, I'm going to fill in the blanks, are you saying that the son-in-law has moved back over here, he's going to live in Eatonville, and the grandkids are going to go live with their dad in Eatonville, but yet they're going to be really close to where Grandma and Grandpa are, and you guys are going to, and it's going to be at Thanksgiving?
Well, I don't know about all that, but yeah, he finally retired out of the military, and he's supposed to be up here. And he picks them up on Wednesday, and me and Granny will be by herself.
Just think you guys can run around naked now.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I agree with G-Man on that. And if you don't have plans for that, there's something wrong with you, okay? But besides that, are you guys going to be okay? Are you grandbabies happy?
Oh yeah, they're glad, Dad's coming back. But I think it's going to be a little hard on Grandma. The kids have been there in the house with us for like 2.5 years.
I think you're right. Which is why you might want to run around the house naked.
I might have to.
At least just for excitement.
Or the exercise.
Yeah, me and Grandma will be able to go do some things we've been wanting to do. Take a vacation again.
That's true, and kind of what it feels like, and it'll take a little while, because, anytime, I would even miss, my stepson for, he goes for a couple of days, and I'm like, fuck, I gotta be on double guard duty, man, it's just me, So, but eventually you're like, oh,
Yeah, that'd be good. I just gotta keep Grandma busy.
Well, I'll tell you, I don't know any better way, and G-Man is right there with me, I know, to keep a woman busy than running around the house naked.
It should be on. Get your goddamn clothes on.
Snake. You're supposed to catch her and help her with her clothes until you're both naked. Come on, man. That's a come on, man statement right there. You know that, right?
If you say so. Yeah, it doesn't help none that the kid's going with him on the 23rd, and then the 25th is my daughter's anniversary of her passing, so I was like, oh, this is going to be a long weekend.
Well, your timing is not very good for that then.
No, it's not.
Well, I guess, I don't know if you could say this is optimistic, but if you're going to take a gut punch, I guess you might as well take a good one, right?
That's it. Take it all at once and get it over with.
ABS.
Go ahead, Rigid.
All the stories you was telling to Herbert Snake there made me think of this movie I watched this morning, or skit, play, whatever it was on Facebook. This guy and this gal, they got up in the morning, and the lady's in there getting herself ready, and she was walking in there, and she's just looking in the mirror. She's like, "You all right, babe?" And she's like, "No, I'm getting old, I'm getting fat, ugly." And he goes, "Yeah, but your eyes aren't going bad." And she backhanded him right to the floor.
That's I'm going to remember that one. Well, I probably won't. And you got to remember to duck. You're right.
On a true statement with that rigid about the eyes staying good, I've noticed for me that it's kind of a little, the only blessing I can find to my eyes, being blurry and needing to wear glasses is without any glasses on, everybody looks freaking good. I'm like, shit, and then if I get a view of you with my glasses on with a clear picture, I'm like, oh, the hell you say? Holy shit. I didn't know.
Like, damn, you got a lot of hair in your ears.
Yeah, that's one, but the horrifying part about that is when it's my ears. I don't know, that freaks me out. It does, pisses me off that they snuck in there like that.
I know, I hate that.
Gee, was that you who said the thing about the ears?
Yeah.
Man, you sounded just like Smuggler when you said that.
Oh, really?
I thought Smuggler came back to the radio.
Who was it, the other day? Was it Mike? Might have been Mike. Thought I was Smuggler. No, it wasn't him. I can't remember who it was. But I keyed up and they thought it was Smuggler. That's something.
Now you wish you had all those automatic starts for your vehicle.
I think it was me. Yeah, oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was you, Big Bird.
Well, I gotta agree with Snake. You did have a little bit of it still there on that. I think, what I'm gonna say is you were just talking closer to your microphone just now, this last two transmissions.
Well, then I needed to clear my throat, and I was talking when I should have been clearing my throat. But yeah, that's probably what it was. Because he's kind of like grumbly like that, All that pussy walking around in there in this garage and getting them all clogged up.
We are talking about cats, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, those kind of hairballs.
Had to clarify that didn't seem like a Smuggler time. Hey, BS, I gotta be on my top shoes today, man. The boss from Fort Benning, Georgia is here today.
Ooh. Is he a civilian?
Oh, yeah. He's a retired CW3.
Well, have you met him before? And are you in charge of something other than your desk, or do you get to blend in, or do you got to stand out in front?
No, nothing like that. I'm in charge of my building and everything that happens in it, and he's going to inspect the old place where I used to work.
Well, does that mean you're off the hook, and so you're just going to go to lunch with him and hang out and shoot the shit?
No, we're not that close.
Well, who's in charge of your old building that everybody over there was window lickers, so I don't know which one to pick.
Yeah, there's a guy in there, his name is Rocky. Yeah, he's kind of like the wannabe the boss. They had to put somebody in charge.
Well, that just reminded me. That means ever since that you switched to where you're at now, you're away from that one old guy that was doing the computer stuff, some old retired, something kind of sergeant guy, and he was kind of a dipshit too or something. You're away from him, aren't you?
Oh yeah, totally in another building. It's like a different world.
Well, when's the last time you talked to Kilo off the air, not the radio?
Maybe about a week ago, I went over where he works at, because I have to go over there lots of times to turn in stuff.
Well,
Is he just cruising along, or is he a busy beaver over there?
Oh, no, he's cruising along, and he's a busy beaver. You had it right on the nail there. He's pretty busy. He's kind of like the overall in charge of all the logistics over there, so anything that falls short, they hit him, and he has to fix it.
Yeah, he's a smart mofo. He's perfect for that kind of a job, which is pretty interesting. It'd be kind of cool to watch how that plays out in a day.
It's like being a fireman, going and putting out little fires all day long.
Okay, I changed my mind. I don't want to put out fires all day long. I got my own fires today that I have to deal with, and I don't even like that.
Yes, if you have a fire, it's going to be dangerous in your line of business.
What are you talking about, 531? That's how you test for leaks, match.
I did that on a dryer install one time, broke out my Zippo and said, let's check for leaks. Looked at the owner. No leaks. Her eyes were as big as saucers.
Well, I've said it before, but I don't know what determines, how quickly a fire ignites things. But I know when I was 12 and the Christmas tree light caught the Christmas tree on fire, that was a really good explosion, all right? And the house was consumed in about 7 minutes, except for one bedroom. But then on the other hand, when I cross-threaded a valve behind a gas range with a standing pilot on a wall heater, 12 inches away from my half-inch pipe coming out of the floor, and the gas escaped and it ignited and the flame shot up out of that half-inch pipe up the wall towards the exhaust fan, I managed to somehow survive the fact that I was able to run out the front door, pick which direction to go, make it to the gas meter, shut the gas off, run back in the house to try to put out the fire because I've lost my job and now I burned down a house, only to find that the flame had burned all the cobwebs that were behind the range and everything was okay. I don't know how the hell that house didn't catch on fire, but I was pretty happy that day, and so I decided I'd go have me a fast food hamburger and a Coca-Cola, and I never wanted to see that guy at that house ever again.
Damn, that sounds exciting.
So did you eat the spider after you cooked it? I don't know. I finished up and left, and I never went back there again, and it was really exciting and intense for seconds, I hope. It seemed like a long time to me, but it probably wasn't.
That was a very butt-puckering moment.
I know that quite a few of you have had to have been awfully close to a big raging fire and hear that familiar roaring sound, but once you've heard that and been around it, you never forget it.
I was just sitting there thinking about that. I think the worst one I've had, I haven't been around no major fires other than one we had to put out in El Paso on the mountain. But working on cars, when they backfire through the carburetor and scare the shit out of you and the carburetor catches on fire.
How did it happen inside your motorhome?
Well, now that's an interesting one, 531, that I am very curious about because I've never seen it happen. But, like somebody that lives out towards the entrance of my little scrappy hood here, they had fires in their motorhomes that they had there, and them son of a bitches were burned up to nothing, you know, and so that looks serious, man. I don't know about that one.
Yeah, you can always tell a motorhome if it was burned in the back, it was a kitchen fire. If it was burned in the front, it was probably a stuck float which got ignited by a coil wire.
Yeah, Ken. When you're trying to get the fuel pump to prime and you're feeding it fuel down the carburetor throat and you get a stack fire going here. Oh yeah, wet rag, you gotta have that real close at hand. I can tell it's happened before. I owned it. The roof above the doghouse is a little darkened.
Dodge 440 and with a stuck float on the thermo toilet.
Moco with a holly on it.
Just having beat, Brother Sledge. Hold on a second.
Wait a minute, G-Man's coming online with a story.
Well, I'm not coming online with a story, but you might be.
When you have a friend and you just left the Muckleshoot Indian tribe and you spent a whole bunch of money on fireworks and he's lighting bottle rockets out the window of the van as we're going down the road, and it seems to catch the bag of fireworks on fire and the bottle rockets start going off inside the van as I'm driving. Holy shit, that was busy.
Okay, then. You know, I miss having my brand new Cobra 2000. I had it sitting up there just like that, too. I should have never sold. I didn't sell it. I gave it away as a Christmas present. I should have never done that.
That's all you're going to comment on?
Come on, BS, tell us. Goddamn. Oh, I had to zoom in. He's kicked back in his recliner. I can't see him. All I see is his bare-ass naked legs and his microphone and a whole bunch. It's like he's in a closet and he's surrounded by, you know, stuff, you know. And I don't know. I can't tell. I guess that's what is it that's got the digital part on it? I don't know what that is. Is that a computer?
Right in front of me?
Oh, that's your radio. I had to really zoom in. I'm sorry, I had to zoom in. That's the radio, okay.
Yeah, that's a 2970 N3. My DAC is in there too.
I got that radio.
Well, see, now Big Bird as well as Gunner would recognize that. I didn't. You know what I thought that was? I thought it was an old school stereo.
Got the green screen? Is it the Christmas tree color one?
And you're talking about his radio, aren't you, Big Bird? It's green.
That is doubled.
Sorry.
I'm quiet.
I'm still waiting for you to finish this last one for me.
Oh, no. A picture tells 1,000 words. Let me send it to you.
Go ahead. So I was talking about G finishing that last amp. Oh, that low. Yeah, I'll get to it. I mean, I kind of organized the room a little bit, you know. At least I got all the amplifiers in one corner now.
saving them up. That way when I get hard times, the way the price of everything went up, I should be able to get $1,000 a piece.
Probably. That's probably how much those transistors will be worth.
Well, but how much will $1,000 be worth, really? Will it always be worth $1,000? I mean, how do you describe that? I've got $1,000, but it only buys $100 worth of something. What do you call that besides inflation? Is there another name for it? I call it a ripoff.
Okay, so did you zoom up on that amp down there and read what the face says on it?
Oh, it's so hard. I was hoping Rubber Snake would do it and tell me. Yeah, from what I can see, it says G-Man.
Yeah, he put that on there. I go, I didn't want my amplifier labeled up with my handle on it. But that's what he does when he builds an amplifier. He goes, what's your handle? And then you tell him, and then when you get your amplifier, it has your handle on it.
Hey, BS. Yeah, I see it now that you said that. I zoomed in. I still wouldn't have known what it maybe was. But, yeah, what, Snake? Didn't you notice the way G-Man's sitting there in a chair? It looks like he's holding that lollipop like he's holding his pecker.
Yeah, that's right by my mouth too, Rubber Snake.
Oh, I had to zoom in. That's his hand. I didn't zoom in on that because I was afraid that it might be his dick or something. I don't trust him.
You know how special it is when you can lick your own lollipop?
Well, now I know why I can hear a little bit of fan noise. You're using the same kind of microphone as Gunner. I got one of those microphones, but I don't know. Mine doesn't work.
Truck drivers only. Your cooperation is demanded.
Like I'm showing you there, I'm holding mine away.
Keep the gibberish down. This channel's for professional long-haul truck drivers born in America only. It's not for a bunch of pay station meatheads.
Damn, Rubber Snake, you're a detailed-oriented detective. How about you?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Willis.
That way you get the whole story, you know.
Welcome to Thurston County CB Radio. Level 3s and dead keys.
I don't look at my amp, but yeah, this is my morning routine. You know, I don't do anything. I just come in and sit just like this for 2 cups of coffee, and then after that, I might get on the computer and check emails, see if there's any work on there to do, and then get cleaned up and get dressed and head out.
This guy's talking like somebody's really interested in his daily routine. Yeah, he's gonna tell us how he brushes his teeth and washes himself, and yeah, real exciting.
Thing there, it looks like it has hinges on it, you know.
Welcome to Thurston County Radio, home of level 3s and dead keys.
If my legs was just bare ass, they get cold. That's because of my nerves, so I can't do that. They gotta be covered up so they're warm. I like warm.
This is what happens when you smoke marijuana every day for the last 40 years.
The floor. There used to be a enclosed cabinet under there, and when I got this amplifier, I had to take that door off, so I just threw the
Wow, he's gonna take the door off.
miscellaneous shit that's behind it. So that's all that is a door with hinges on it.
Wow, that was fucking exciting, man.
That's where the gold's at and the silver then. Rubber Snake. That's when you open that up, you'll find, you know, that's the little stash box.
Wow, he's got a treasure chest hidden away. Wow, this is awesome.
Now I'll spin I'll take a picture to the right and show you the real mess.
You know what I can't figure out how to keep from happening is it wherever I have a flat surface, there's always ends up something laying there. There's never just an empty flat surface. It's like a curse. Like I've seen pictures of TV. I've seen pictures of like what looks like really important people, and they're sitting at a desk and there ain't even nothing on the freaking thing. It's like a little computer screen and his telephone. I'm like, how the hell do you have something like that and there's nothing on it? I mean, I've not been able to do that. I'm sorry, that was a rant. I was looking around here and I became overwhelmed. I'm done. I'm probably time to go back to bed anyway. Yeah, that was a pretty good rant.
Well, I'm still trying to get going. I gotta finish the second cup of coffee.
Nobody gives a rat's fucking ass about each second cup of coffee. It's not even worth mentioning. This channel's for professional truck drivers. It's not for a bunch of fucking losers laying around on the CB radio on their fucking pajamas drinking coffee.
Confused. They must have put the wrong chemicals in it.
So, Rubber Snake, your amplifier's the third one down on the right.
Running this here Palomar Elite 250 that I got from the Snake on battery power.
You know, well, you need to put that one on top. That way it gets done first. How many pills are going to be in it?
2?
Oh man, I want a 4.
I don't have any 4-pill cabinets.
It looks like you have Smuggler's old radio there, and you have all my microphones, and my bow and arrows up there, and look at all them empty spider boxes. Are those shoe boxes for that you bought shoes and you can't throw away the boxes?
No, those are all amplifiers.
This channel's for professional truck drivers. Do you meatheads want to move along? You can go down and talk on Channel 9. Nobody uses it for emergencies anymore.
Man, you know, and I sit here and beat myself up over the fact that I don't go out and rake up all of the fir needles in the backyard and burn them and spread out the dirt and, you know, weed eat. Instead I stay in here and, you know, fuck off all day. And I'm looking, holy cow, look at all the shit you need to do.
No, Smuggler's old amplifiers down in the shop.
Is that the one he keeps blowing up?
He didn't ever blow it up. I think he just took out the input tune in it, and I just haven't. I mean, it's only like a 5-minute fix, but I just, you know, I haven't had time to really take it to the table here and open it up and change out the capacitor in it. But I want him to fix his antenna system first. That's what I've kind of been waiting for. I figured it'd give him a little motivation.
You got a bad antenna with bad match?
It's a broken antenna.
Well, that ain't good.
Yeah, when his tower crashed that one time, it broke the fiberglass, you know, so we just put string tubing on it, you know, but it gets moisture in there and it fluctuates. So he has a nice aluminum antenna you can throw up.
You know, you learned with Catman that you got burned out, so you won't fix nothing like that unless you know everything else is good. I remember that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna,
Yeah, this ain't like a never-ending job. There you go, that's a lot better picture. Yeah, I've turned the light on. And then I'm not going to take a picture of the left side because that's all like the swap meet repair side with like hundreds of radios stacked up. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Let me out of here. Well, how big is that room? Like 10 by 10. It's just a little small sewing room.
It's not a hobby, it's a lifestyle.
Where's that 98 VHP at? Let me think. I know it's right there. Don't you see it? It's on top of the amplifiers there. That's the power cord. Oh no, the power cord is for the green box. Yeah, it's right there on top on the left side. I see it, but I wouldn't know what it was. Yeah, those are good radios. I like them. That's just waiting for the new amplifier. That's what I'm going to use for my driver for the 3CX 3000. That should push up to about, what do those radios do? 400 watts? Or 300 and something? Yeah, about 400. Okay, yeah, that should make that 3CX swing to about 7,000. That'll be good.
98 VHP, I think those have IR420s in them. I think they're like a 200, 225 radio. They can push them up to like 3.
Oh, well, that might not quite be enough. I might have to run a 2-amp system up there. I think that's totally the wrong way to go. So do I. I wanted to do it with the radio, but shit, this radio here would drive it better than that one then. No, I think it's the wrong way to go to take the fucking radio and size it so that it has to be freaking at full power to drive your freaking amplifier. It should be driving your amplifier where you want it to be at, and the radio, if it's capable of 200 or 400, is only using 50. So it's fucking just cruising. Why you want to peg it out?
I would go, if I had the money to throw down, I would go with that 99N4. That's what I would do.
Pegging out the radio, I think that's pegging anything out. They shouldn't have to peg anything out. It should be all running at like half its capacity and still being where you want it at. You can afford to do that too. There's no reason to peg everything out. That's a really bad CB habit. Well, you know, on a amplifier that has variable power, you know, like if you're running a, you know, like if it has a 2-pill system in it and it's driving like a 6-pill or something, it's better to run that 2-pill wide open than choking it out. And then use your radio for the driver. So your guys' hot rod radios, you're telling me that if you turn the power down and you're not going to get, that you're going to lose your headroom from your carrier where your audio's swinging, as you say, you know, and really modulating like a bitch? You have to run it at full power to get that to happen? No, my RF power on this radio is turned all the way down, so I'm only dead keying 60 watts, but it swings up to right under 300. So it's just the modulation swing that I'm driving into this amplifier. Okay, I'm happy now. Yeah, I always run my dead key low. My dead key super low. Like I'm only dead keying, hold on a second. 450 watts on a dead key, and my radio set at, I don't know, 20 watts or something. But it swings up to, oh no, my radio's dead keying at 70 watts. So I'm dead keying the radio at 70 watts, which dead keys the amplifier at 450 watts, and then I modulate. I modulate, my radio swings up to 300 and pushes my amp to about 2400.
am just idling along, basically, you know, but my radio's actually swinging to full power. My amp isn't, though. It'll do 4,000, but my radio won't take it that far. ABS.
Morning.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Uh-oh.
If you had a brand new 2022 Corvette, would you only ever drive it at 60 miles an hour?
If I had what is it that's brand new?
If you had a brand new Corvette, would you only ever drive it at 60 miles an hour?
No, I already tried that when I was 50 years old with the Subaru WRXS Ti. I tried to drive it only 50 miles an hour, but I realized when you have something that's made to go fast, it was made to go fast, then you can't help but want to drive it fast. But I wouldn't have done that, you know, with a Volkswagen bus.
Roger that. Good morning. Morning, Smurf. Morning time, Big Bird. There's that mud dog. I can't hear you. Good morning. Morning, G. So the next picture I see your brother Sledge is that picture's in between the first picture and the second picture.
Well, I gotta admit, if I had one of them spider amps, I'd set it up here, because I like the spider. Scary looking.
Well, you know, who knows, I might be getting back into that and making fishing poles and, you know, all that kind of fun stuff here shortly when the whole economy crashes.
So you think when the economy crashes, do you think everyone out here, we're all going to still be able to, you know, go do stuff and buy things and sell the stuff we got, because there'll be somebody buying it? And, you know, that always seems to still happen no matter how bad things get, right? For everyone that's starving, there's somebody that's just fucking living high on the hog, right?
Roger that's been collecting silver and stuff, you know, I take trades.
Yeah, it's the barter system.
Yeah, hey, there's something out there, brother Sledge. You know, I may be craving a cherry pie or something that day. You never know.
You have a great day, guys. I'm going to work.
Hey, Rubber Snake, did you get your third picture? Snake?
Yeah, Rubber Snake, have a good day. I can't wait to hear how it went. Yeah, I got a G.
Pile of shit there.
Yeah, that's a really scary amplifier there in the corner. That doesn't even, you don't even have to plug that in. If you just, you know, grab it, you know, like it's scary. That's fucking scary.
Oh, the black amplifier? Oh, I was just talking about the pile of shit. I forgot that was sitting up in the corner.
With all those radios, you gotta learn how to get the gold out of them boards now when the economy crashes.
Yeah, see that pile of shit there? BS, if you look under the antenna controller and those two radios on the top, that next one down, that's a Sweet 16.
I'd like to have that. You know, you guys are gonna laugh at me for this, but I was at one of them ham swap fests, and the fellow that was with me knew more about, obviously, the Sweet 16 than I did, and we were walking by, and he looks at me, oh, you need to buy that,
It's only $50. I go, I don't even know what the fuck that is. I ain't buying that fucking thing. Fuck that, you know. And we walked away, and it got snatched up as we walked away, man. $50 for that. Shit. I have a hard time. I go there, and all I see is junk. I miss the golden nuggets.
It is junk.
Well, what's in the little tin box? Is that my marijuana, or is that your bag bomb can for when your wife comes in the room?
That's full of change.
Did you make that lamp with the antlers on it?
No, the old lady got me that one. You should ask me what's under that white towel with the stripe on it.
Well, that's the Sweet 16, isn't it?
No, the Sweet 16's in that pile of radio equipment right there. No, that's the board that we started building under that.
Yeah, I recognize it now. Holy cow. Holy cow. What the fuck, is that a shotgun?
No, that's an SKS converted into a bullpup.
Oh, you got one of those kids?
Yeah, and I got a silencer on it too.
Well, does it work, man? I've never tried one of those before. They look kind of goofy.
I don't like the sensitivity of the shaft that goes back and pushes on the other trigger. You know, the original trigger. It's kind of, if you're target shooting, it wouldn't be a very good gun for that. But if you're wrapping off rounds, just like, because you start wrapping off rounds on an SKS, you don't even need to hit anything. They just start running.
How about the mag change and shit?
Oh yeah, that works good because that's like an AK style now. So yeah, I just it has that ducktail or duckbill release on it. Yeah, those work nice.
As far as holding it to your shoulder and holding it by the grip, you should go right or left-handed. It's like, and then having to reach for the mag and slap a new mag. And how does that work? How do you drill with it? Does it drill well?
Yeah, it works well that way. And I kind of cant my mine to the gun to the right a little bit, so the shells are shooting down to the ground, and then I put an offset open sight on the rail. So I'm kind of shooting sideways like a gangsta.
Right.
I like that SKS for hunting, being left-handed that I am, because, yeah, it just comes out the top. It's like a 30-30.
You like the looks of that one, BS?
Yeah, everything you described about it I don't like, but it just looks, because it's black, so it's scary.
Shit, the whole gun's only like 26 inches long. Because all you do is you take the barrel and shit right out of the old stock and put it's all enclosed into that casing,
Well, I've tried various types of bullpup rifles, and I could never get past my hands wanting to do what my hands have been trained to do, and I trying to retrain myself to reach for the mag in a different place. It's just I've never been able to get past that.
Yeah, I have 30 round banana clips in this thing, so, I'm not gonna, it's probably not good for speed or, changing out or anything like that, but at the last minute close range, I wouldn't even be aiming probably.
Built up son-in-law of mine to run me a 30-ounce wire on my biker box. G-Man, have a good day. Big Bird, have a great day. 531, anybody else? I'll catch you guys later on, on the flip side or tomorrow.
All right, BS. I'm going to be getting out of here, too. We had fun this morning.
Is this
Yeah, it was fun.
loud enough?
Good day, BS.
Loud enough, or do I need to turn
Hi,
it
David.
up?
That was pretty good.
Hi. It's one of those little power hand mics. I'm trying it on my own.
I've never talked to anybody who actually owned one of those. I know the one you're talking about.
Want to make sure it's still working.
Oh, sounds good over here.
10-4, thank you. Sounds good too.
There's one for the Sega shotgun too.
Microphone on any tone? Roger, Roger. Morning.
Northwest corner checking in.
What'd you say now, Rude? I need to watch out for him?
Northwest corner checking out.
He's wondering if that power supply still's putting a smile on your face.
I think he burnt up another one. Yeah, he sounded too good.
10-4.
It's time to go to work. Good day, Gunner. I can't. I gotta go to work. Right. It's really fucking up my retirement.
Lord, that's one of them bad nights.
It's money. And my wallet needs it. How's it going?
You didn't have no place to,
Who is that out there? Good morning to you.
No, Bumperjack ain't lying, brother. But what I was talking about was, them old boys are sitting right in the middle of us, between us, and they can't stop me and you from talking. That shows what kind of precinct stations they got. It's about a 20-mile, 30-mile circle that they talk in. Yeah, that's about it. They ain't doing nothing. That's what I was talking about. You know, they always bragging them big stations up and stuff like they got the office thing that it was. Big old ringing sound in the background. Just a fan or something sound like it's going to take off from a jet airplane, but hell, you don't never see nothing talking nowhere but just these neighbors are.
like I did out there about,
Smack him down like he ain't even there. Poor little bitch. You fucking piece of shit. Fucking raghead.
some of that rap stuff.
Is anyone hurt, Rick? No, copy, Rick.
And cornbread and that was about it, you know. I went to bed, but he messed up, I think.
There we go. Pretty bad he can't tune it up.
Stuff and do like some more does, or like 505 did to assholes, or run about it. He gets after you like we do and talks to his friends, his buddies and stuff. He ain't out here telling no tales, no lies or nothing. I bet on that 110%.
Don't hear me out here cleaning every fucking day. Don't need to. Don't run fucking garbage. Oh man, look at that, Rick. Bye-bye, Ricky, baby. Well, I know, he's just in here fanning, man. I'm sitting here listening on my other radio. He's
brother. You know what you hear. Now, I didn't hear it, so I just know what I've heard and stuff. He said it and stuff. That's all I know. But that's a bad deal. Say another man's house is the next thing to go. So, yeah, I've got it recorded here on my tape recorder and stuff, or whatever you want to call it, playback, where the 5 was talking about burning yours. Oh, cornhole. I'm all in the same creek bag, my thing.
Yeah, it's kind of weird, but I've never owned one either. Yeah, it's just, it used to be fixed or repaired daily. But, we put a lot of miles in them trucks just inside the plant. Going around the barn here and there and go start, get out and start it. I mean, we go for starters and tires like you would believe.
About it, Maverick. About it, Maverick. Old triple nickel, Detroit boss with the wave.
No, I ain't gonna get out your makeup stuff and tell it and tell no lies and stuff. So if I tell it out here, I heard it on the radio. I heard it from somebody.
About it, Maverick.
It's a bunch of bullshit all day long after your line and going on. And they talk about troublemaker. What's that? That's something after your line and stuff all the time trying to get something started, trying to keep something going. That's all it is.
I'm gonna try to keep it around, just keep maintenance on it.
That's all them two right there does when they get out there. They sit and talk next to when they can get some comments and stuff on things to where they can keep on punching and gouging and going on. But it don't work.
I don't think so. I think it got a little rain, but I don't know about liking. How about you got rain? Remember that?
Yeah, it got a little bit lighter than at first there. It lights up there afterwards.
Yeah, he said at first when he come through, I guess, got a little bit, but that's about it.
We just got sort on it, man.
They're gonna get cold there, maybe gonna get skinny with it. 35 degrees. Not right now, but it is next night, day or so it will be.
I guess not.
I ain't get them talking to them either. I just ain't get a bunch of that stuff today. You know, you just go up and down about 3 times. What you can do, they take little stuff and give it away.
I can't believe triple nickel ain't got no control.
That's the way they want to do things, so let them go to it. It don't matter to me, but I will talk about it. Now, Bubba Jack, no, he would not lie.
I'll be back in a minute.
But he don't get out there and go along with them and stuff. From what I know of him and what I've talked to him, he ain't gonna lie about nothing.
Well, I think he's a loud radio operator. He's dropping his signal over here.
No, you ain't talking to me.
Got a little skip rolling in. Maybe it's gonna pick up this.
Don't forget to tell Cornhole he's not in there.
No, yeah, I know what. I ain't gonna get out there and argue with him.
Cornhole, you should jump off Mount St. Helen, Cornhole.
That's crazy, nothing.
Go on like a
with your cane, Billy, and your stupid dog, Rick.
Better that damn DX land. Better that damn DX land. Triple nickel Detroit balls got all the way down.
28 watts of carrier today. I don't think so, cornhole.
Right, Joe, we're gonna wave right back Beach Bum, and I heard somebody else out there. Got a T-Bag trying to do something, but it ain't working.
Shut it down, Rick.
He's trying,
But he shut it down. Shut it down, Rick.
Detroit balls got all the way down.
Oh, shut it down. Shut it down before I figure out how to lay down 38 watts of carrier.
Bag right down every time he opens his mouth. 43-year-old.
Here we go.
Like 60-year-old women.
All the way home. Throw your carrier, Rick, because you're not talking.
Nah, we're just gonna talk over him, Beach Bum. We'll just talk over him, cause it's just that easy. Just that easy, Beach Bum. Tell him what you're hearing. He's talking about he's got a 15 pill. Talking about he got an afterburner. But I think he burnt the afterburner up, cause you know. They call me Detroit Balls, and I ain't worried about his little bitty carrier.
Behind Billy's dad's garage. 10-4.
Not worried about his little bitty carrier. 43-year-old drunk. Better get some more money off his daddy.
Dad's garage.
That's what they're hearing. That's what they're hearing, cause they sure ain't hearing T-Bag. Throw your carrier, T-Bag. Throw your carrier. Like they said. He's gonna have to throw a carrier, Beach Bum. His mouth just ain't gonna get it today.
So, cornhole show. Intense.
Beach Bum. Every day it's like that fucking wiener schnitzel or something you guys keep crying about out there. The little wiener guy. This guy ain't even got a wiener. He's all pussy.
Go take your cane, Rick, and stand in 10th Street. Throw your carrier. Throw your carrier, cornhole, because you're not talking.
All my friends like to hear him cry. All my friends like to hear T-Bag cry like a little bitch every day. He gonna do this, he gonna do that, but he can't even key it down. Can't even key it down. On a little bitty walkie-talkie, trying to scare everybody. Morning out there, Maverick. Sounding good.
Yeah, right. You just toast talking.
Even in there.
You just toast talking. Throw your carrier and shut it down.
God, I get to talk miles and miles away. That's why they call me the Balls.
Name one person that calls you that. Name one person, Rick, that calls you that. Shut it down.
Rojo Beach Bum. Rojo on the Beach Bum. Like he ain't even there. He's gonna have to key it up, I guess.
Shut it down. Cornhole, shut it down. Give them a call, 810-987-5.
See how I said that?
give out my phone number, my address, but he's too pussy to show up or give me a call. That's why we call him T-Bag, 43-year-old drunk. His daddy gave him a walkie-talkie and he thinks he's all that. 810-5806. Call me, because I'll tell you all about the little pussy in Green Lakes.
Dad's Garage. 810-987.
Every day, Maverick. Every day. He's gonna do this. He's gonna do that. I'm just sitting here fucking waiting patiently. Getting old waiting for him, but I'm waiting patiently for him to do something. Hey, Maverick. He don't know how to play with the big boys. That's why he's trying like a little bitch.
810-987-5806.
That'd be my phone number he gives out every day, but nobody's calling.
Because you're not talking. Big old field, they play the pasture. 8-foot line. That also charges up the batteries to keep the boat still there on the D-line. Tails, starters hooked to it, and inverters, radios. So I'm going to tie into that bank here off the pastures and the batteries. That's not a big deal. Collect that fire up there when that sun's down.
You don't need an audio check. Just listen to T-Bag. T-Bag, you're getting right over him. He's the one that needs a radio check.
5806. Hole in the wall. And Billy's Dad's Garage.
Because then you call T-Bag's mama. It goes under T-Bag's mama's phone. T-Bag's mama pays for everything. It's going to be 810-841-2486. I know nobody wants to call a bitch, so save your money. No need to call a bitch and tell them you ain't getting out.
CB's #1 same-sex couple.
I'm going to go dab unless you don't cry.
Couple 10-4. Hole in the wall at 810-987-5806. Ask for Billy. Racket? Healthcare is a racket. Jewelry is a racket. What are you talking about, racket? This station is full of rackets. There's money stuff on it. Just because you get it, but I ain't gonna believe nothing about talking about it. You don't hear me say nothing about somebody who lives some sort of we'll see what's going to do. Got my name. He told me. Everybody else to it. We'll be back.
down by a little two-pill. He can't believe he got smacked down by a little two-pill. That's what it is. Two-pill. And I'll smack it down.
You can't touch 28 watts.
Because he can't do shit but sit there and cry like a little bitch. He can't do nothing but cry like a little bitch.
You can't touch 28 watts of carrier, Rick. Throw your carrier, because you're not talking.
Then add this forward and add another one to this one.
Throw your carrier. Throw your carrier, Rick, because you're not talking.
Yeah, juice up the batteries and everything. Get a big old full capacity. Because somebody else may use what they say they don't like it. Why don't you say, what you need to run there? During the day, they'll run vacuum cleaner. Take a vacuum cleaner and vacuum floor that son gets there, you know. I already did. Already vacuumed it, but that's why I'm gonna add more panel. I need more panel. Need some more ass up on that thing here. And if I just fire a generator up in Wales.
That's what T-Bag needs. Power. That's what T-Bag needs. Power. Can't seem to find any.
Throw your carrier. Carrier, cornhole.
Talk about throwing a carrier. Listen to the bitch cry. Listen to the bitch cry while he throws his little bitty carrier and nobody cares.
Throw your carrier, cornhole. Throw your carrier, because you're not talking. Okay, and go stand in 10th Street.
Yeah, but Dad, we're gonna start building a solar fire system.
Shut it down.
Talk right over T-Bag all day long. Talk over T-Bag all day long. He can't even plug my ears. Might be able to plug Blondie's ears. She lives around the corner from him.
Throw your carrier, cornhole. Throw your carrier.
I tell you, T-Bag, throw your carrier and quit crying about it. Just do it. Every time you open your mouth, I shut it down. Every time he opens his mouth, I shut it down.
Cornhole, what's a token? Shut it down, cornhole, because you're not talking.
Somebody want to tell him out there what you're hearing? That's why they call me the boss. Little things don't bother me.
Tell them what you're hearing, Rick. I don't care what they're hearing. I know what you're hearing. So throw your carrier, because you're not talking.
Because I get to listen to the West Coast. I get to listen to the West Coast because this guy can't make it a mile past his house.
110, yeah, it's going from 4 to 7.
Throw your carrier, Rick, because you're not talking.
Make the bill go up, but make the bill cheaper, I guess.
Come on, Blondie. Beating the corn.
Do something, Blondie. But I already told him. You. Give you somebody to talk to.
Well, I gotta get off here. We gotta call a bus. Go to Beaumont. So I'll be talking to you. I want to put my foot on the way there and back here. I'll get you at the wall, man. Sit right here, kind of relax, stay warm, man. They want to catch their ammonia. That's the crap they got there. All over the face. Don't want that bacteria eating stuff out of that baby, do you?
No, I don't. Remember what? Fucking hang out with crackhead bitches. I don't hang out with crackhead bitches. You was thinking about it probably. You sleep with some damn guy.
Oh, you forgot it. You didn't know like the one. No, you don't.
time you come out and say something, you say to them. One time there for about 10 years, and talk to you on I talked to him. You said 420. You just make it. You talk to them more, things make more sense when you start talking and jabbering. She was very
Nobody talking to you.
Amber Alert.
Jeez. Always gotta stick his fucking nose in it like somebody's talking to you.
Aloha.
8:26.
Amber Alert, Blondie.
Roger on coast to coast. Hey, beach bum. Wow, beat
Nowhere to be found.
Tell them what you're hearing, beach bum. Tell them what you're hearing.
Nowhere to be found. Sound the Amber Alert, because Ricky Bobay is missing.
Right, Joe. Joe, he may be doing something. Blondie lives around the corner from him. She likes to hear T-Bone bitch all day.
Sound the Amber Alert. Over here is missing Ricky Bobay.
Yeah, you go past little herds of baby sheep or cows, then you honk the horn and create a baby sheep stem.
Daddy fucked him when he was young. His daddy fucked him when he was young. Now he just likes dick. That's what happens when you fuck your kids when they're young like that. They just love dick all day long.
Drivers do to entertain themselves.
Blondie, sound the alert.
Pretty bad. His daddy got it when he was young.
Going to White Harbor Freight, the 501 controllers put in 140.
The only cats I've ever seen along the I-5 are flat.
They got it over just like. Sound the Amber Alert. Very good. Sound the Amber Alert. 1110 Port Huron, Michigan. 1110 Pine Street. Ricky Bobay is gone missing.
I guess I could get screwed with that dispatch and have to go back to shelter.
That's not too bad. You don't have to worry about the shelter. You're keeping a constant fire up in here. On the wood stuff. You're going to want that, I think.
Absolutely. I'm figuring it's going to be Graham.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You ain't got it yet. You're not tested. I do. Yeah, that was better.
Sounds like you, T-Bag. You know the cops a lot too, because you can't stay out of trouble.
Sound the Amber Alert, Blondie. Sound the Amber Alert. Ricky Bobay has gone missing from his crib. 1110 Pine Street. Sound the Amber Alert. Someone has stole the baby.
Since your mama pays all the bills, your mama's getting the money, T-Bag.
Your mama always told you to take your medicine.
Pretty bad. His mama gotta pay all the bills at T-Bag's house. Mama pays all the bills at T-Bag's house. 43-year-old girl.
skewer a hole in the wall, Rick. Start at the tip, and then make your way down the shaft in the bushes behind Billy's dad's garage.
Sitting around the house waiting for your daddy to suck your dick.
No, that's what the Wilkins do.
Yeah, it sounds like the Sedgwick got more time. Sounds like the Sedgwick got more time. They're sound Blondie. They're the one-on-one the missing out of the field. Good thing Holly's there to pay the bills. Fired by a crackhead. T-Bag's been fired by a crackhead because he couldn't work.
You were never a cook, cornhole. You were the
Being a crackhead. Could you imagine being fired from a crackhead? Got fired by a crackhead.
Oh, you see Sam's window? It has like 5 rock chips in it, and a big old spider web break on the right side.
That empty bag? That all you got?
Yeah, I took a rock right in the center of my window. Oh, probably not. Oh, I wasted like 3 days later, I get a little rock, so I have a little chip in it. It's insane.
Funny. Get fired by a crackhead.
The baby got out of his crib 1110 Pine Street.
Yeah, I know. I saw it the next day. Yeah, I'm surprised Sam's hasn't been replaced except it's not in his field of vision, so.
Can't even keep a job from a crackhead. What a little bitch.
You're a little guy.
Radio check. This is 309 Hog Dog. Checking this radio. Anybody out there? Radio check.
Some weak 90 people out there in the 6-4 radio, they so on.
Right, I was wondering if those big ones, I understand, having somebody professional do it. I was wondering if the simple flat ones like this, if we just roll them in and out at the shop, or we just don't have mechanics capable of doing it.
I'll be just giving some ones, you know, and top life for a little bit and stuff. Just out there all the time trying to lie and go on about people trying to start some kind of trouble.
Roger, roger. Setting up this mobile station right quick. This is 309 down here in the Lone Star State, the Bighorn, down here in the northeast corner of Texas. Just checking conditions, man. Sounding good down here where we're at. To it, guys. We got her tuned up a little bit. Mother Nature.
Paying his bills, he's got something to eat. Takes it don't matter, you know. You run every time, you got something to do. You want to try to enjoy the rest of your life. And it's hard, you know. A lot of people won't do that, but I wish I'd have been able to work on it, sure do. I go back to work this morning. This morning I'd go back to work tomorrow.
It'll take a lot more than that to hurt my feelings, buddy. We're up 600 to you right now. It's nothing too heavy. I'll get the generator started. I'll to you in a minute. That is Hog Dog 309. Hog Dog 309 in the northeast corner of Texas, about 100 miles northeast of Dallas. Making the trip up there to Washington, guys. I appreciate the shout out, and you guys have a wonderful day. I'm just back quiet reading the mail.
Oh, yeah, Jordan, I like you, brother. I enjoyed my job and stuff, and enjoyed what I was doing, liked it, and I wish I was still able to do it, that's for sure. But, you know, I go back in the morning, but thankful to go to Burr and stuff, and I'm able to draw up a little on things, but, yeah, I'd love to be able to go back to work. I miss what I was doing. I was good at it, because if I wasn't, they wouldn't have kept me doing what they did. I run equipment all the time, but there wasn't nothing to do with the equipment. They put me to carpentering or something to keep me busy. Yeah, they try to hang on to them, keep them around, so I must have been able to have done what I needed to do, because they took care of me.
Channel 17. Nobody out here but Skip's all right.
The man good at his job, and they know he can work and do what he's supposed to do and stuff. Yeah, they keep him around, but I'm like you. I've seen some that they kept around. I don't understand why. They still couldn't do what they're supposed to. They couldn't do their job, let alone anything else. And they keep them around, and they work 2-3 hours a day or something. Yeah, we'll never word said to it.
That's what I said. I gotta go get my phone charger and put this phone on charge. It's warm, the back it is where we've been talking so long. So I'll get back there and charge my phone a while.
It's broken, throw it out the window.
What was this? You gonna do it all up there?
Respect your community. Stars and bars, good morning to you, brother. Peace.
I know it's only 351 Kentucky way.
I miss yelling, bro.
There's a brag back.
I miss, I miss the Johnson car. But enough said. News and breeze.
Hey, brother, 28, did you get that text I sent you?
Down in Canada. Good morning over there. Got,
Yeah, what do you think about that gate?
here this morning, dang.
Yeah, that's what you call getting run over, ain't it? Yeah, they would use out there all by yourself. They wasn't even a background singer, was it?
We got
Them two in there hollering and squalling like broke dick dogs, and they couldn't get nothing done.
the Amber Alert. It appears that Ricky Bobet is missing out of his crib at 1110 Pine Street.
Now hear that, yeah, on the back corner. But they was in there hollering and squalling like two broke dick dogs and couldn't get nothing done with it. Yeah, them vacuum morning time, brother. You see us. You folks have a good day. I'm going to get back here and see what I can get into. You folks have a good day.